Night Live. I wish I had Chevy Chase on here with me, but unfortunately,
I've got Santa instead.
Chevy Chase decided to not come on. Mozman's joining us, which is great. He was in the shadows. Well, he was in the pink room, or I don't know if that's a pink room or the raspberry room, but we now have got him in here. So we do not have a million things to talk about tonight, folks. We have a handful of things to talk about. But I want to start off as usual until we get like at least 25 people in here is just to recognize those that are in the chat. And Randall, how you doing? I know you're having a blast with the ZF. And Roy told me that you actually bought two of them. I didn't realize you bought two of them. So my question, Randall, is you mentioned to me that you're retiring soon. So are you going on a lens/camera binge while you have the money before you retire and you're poor? Is that what's going on? But I'm glad that you've had a chance to go out and use yours. And I did get my ZF on Wednesday around lunchtime. And if you guys don't believe me, Tim knows because I talked to him. I did not open that box for a day and a half. I was so busy doing other
unbelievable.
Stuff. I did not open up the box from Nikon USA for a day and a half, and then as I unboxed it and held it and fooled around with the switches and the buttons and really gave it the Neville look, the Neville eye. Made a lot of notes, putting together a video that I'm going to put out to talk about it. There are some very interesting things, not all positive, that I found out about the camera that will be shared in the video. I don't know how much I want to leak out tonight because otherwise you won't watch the video. So we will make a few comments. So Randall, we're glad you're in here. Who else we got in here? Rakesh, nice to see you, my friend. We got Real Nikon Lover. We got Jim here. Hello. Scott Egan. Hello, Scott. Nice to see you. Terry Gardner. And I got to catch up with everybody here. The Mozman prophecies. Oh man, Robert Daniels, how you doing? And we have Wayne in the wings here, so I'm gonna bring Wayne in. And, it's starting to look like the Hollywood Squares, folks. We're gonna have circle takes the square. Remember that saying we used to always hear? Circle takes the square. And hello, Wayne. How you doing? Your audio good?
I hope so. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good. I mean, maybe tweak it down just a hair, the volume, just a little bit, because there's like an echo. You got a little bit of an echo.
All right. Hold on.
But it's good to see you. So we're up to 16 people, and it's good to see everybody in again. This is episode 16, so this is 4 months, guys. Four months in the chair. It's getting a little hot.
Must be very tired.
I'll tell you, I was exhausted today. I said, I don't know, a little bit congested today and tired. And I'm like, I told my wife, I'm going to have to drink a lot of Coca-Cola because I won't make it through the show. But I'm, it comes on and my adrenaline kicks in and I get a little bouncy. I get a little peppy, And then when the show's over, then I turn into just like a soggy piece of bread. I just lay there and I don't move, I'm done. And now Tim's in the green room. Tim's in the green, literally. Or
I just switched it up for National Reptile Awareness Day.
Robert Daniels, how you doing? Are you in? I thought maybe the aliens have shown up at your house to take you away.
I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah.
on to greener pasture.
Yeah, I don't know if they stick out their hand and they only have 3 fingers. I haven't decided whether I would shake it or not. I gotta think about. I'll have to watch some old sci-fi movies and see what people did. Lawn Riders in the house. How you doing, Albert? Good to see you, Albert.
Hi, Albert. Good.
We're up to 22 people, so I'm gonna pop up something on the screen here, which is important because as you folks may or may not realize, that I am not doing a live stream on November 4th, which was going to be our originally scheduled photo review. So I pulled it in to the end of October, till October 28th, which is next Saturday. So I only have, including my images, I only have 15 pictures. So I am counting on all you folks out there to spread the word and send in some photos. So we don't have a 1-hour talk next Saturday and run out of pictures. So Wayne says he's hearing an echo. Okay.
My mic just turned back on. I'm hearing an echo as people are talking, so I don't think it's on my side.
Yeah. Roy, do I echo at your end when I'm talking?
No, you
Nope.
sound good to me, but I'm just checking.
No
mine
echo.
out.
No
Nope.
echoes here.
No echoes with anybody else, Wayne. So I don't know what it is.
All right, let me
No
go out
echo,
and come back
no
in because
echo,
I'm hearing it
no
on my
echo,
side
no
and the
echo.
mic was off this entire time.
Okay. But so I hope everybody can, I know we only have 1 week here to gather up some photos and send them in by Friday at noon. Please do your best. Let's try to at least get 30 or 40 images would be nice. Trying to think, I know we had at least 50 or 55, I think, last time. But like I said, November 4th and 11th, I will not be available to do the live stream. I have to go back to my home state of Connecticut and take care of some, nothing disastrous, but I got to take care of some family issues, family matters. And so I won't be able to do the show. So, and it'll give you guys a 2-week break to recover from listening to me for the last 4 months. So I think you've earned a break from me for a couple of weeks. And I'll bring Wayne back in here. Hello.
How's it sound?
Yeah.
Anything?
Yeah.
Sounds
Got
good.
Is the mic hot or is the mic fine?
Maybe a little bit high, but not much. No, it's okay.
I think
Okay.
I think it's the acoustic in the room.
Yeah.
Wayne.
Probably it's-
Don't worry.
Don't worry. We're good. We're cool. We're
Okay.
good. So guys, send in the pictures, please. And Wayne, you always have great pictures of the. I liked your architectural shot the last month that you sent in was really cool, and you get some nice city shots and stuff like that with all your travels that you do. And
Yeah.
Hey,
And then-
Chuck, good to see you.
Welcome, Chuck.
so, hey, Chuck is in the house, folks. Say hi. Everybody say hi. Hello, Chuck. Good to see you or hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you. And Jeff and Leslie's in the house, and that's good. So if we can give our pleasantries to Chuck and wish him well, and glad to see him able to stop in. He had his daughter visiting. That's why we didn't see him last week. His daughter came in from Kentucky to visit him for a while, and so obviously family comes first, and that's understood. And I hope he had a great time with his daughter. I'm sure he did, and I'm glad that he decided to come in tonight and say hi to everybody. And, I did get to talk to Chuck a little bit today. Him and his wife were running errands. I believe they were in the car, talking from in the car. So unfortunately, I apologize, Chuck. I couldn't hear you well because the volume when you were talking was much lower than when Maribel was talking to me. So I didn't hear you as well as I would have liked. But I'm glad that I got to talk to you, and hopefully when I come down to Connecticut, if I I'm gonna bust my behind to do what I have to do. And Santa Claus is in the upper right-hand corner because Santa, Chuck, you'll enjoy this. Santa Claus just ordered the 600 F4 because he heard that you got it. He got Santa got very jealous that you ordered the 600 F4, and he said, I can't let that Chuck guy outdo me. So he ordered one. He broke down and ordered one. And I'm not going to tell you something that he got rid of to get it. I'm going to force him to tell everybody what he did because I'm shamed that he did it. I'm shocked.
Exactly.
And appalled. Am I doing a good acting thing here? Appalled.
Yeah.
Actually appalled.
Santi have been bad, but that we know this is a Chuck length special. He conjured this length. He have been conjuring this lens. He talked to his contacts in Japan and managed to get this lens. So I'm sure that that they will have a special delivery for him.
You can leak out what you did, Gustavo.
No.
It's going to come out. It's going to come out.
Yeah, I traded my 500 PF. The 600 will serve the same purpose. So yeah, I think it was I needed to do. I needed to do it, but let's hope it comes soon. So I don't have to miss my 500 PF. Jeff, one day you will be there.
Hey, I actually had to look that up and get it on my phone quick just to
exactly. One day you will be there trading that 500 PF.
I don't know, man. That's such a bread and butter. I love that lens.
I know, but
I think this will move up someday.
This will be the same. This will serve the same purpose.
And better.
Now, let's see, Randall. At some point, if you want a link, let me know. I'll send you a link. But Randall got 2 ZFs. He has been very actively using them. And like I said, I got mine on Wednesday, but I didn't unpack it till midday Friday. I did go through and go through the settings. I did take a lot of notes. I got a video that's probably going to come out next week about it, along with some things that I stumbled upon that really no one else has talked about regarding that camera. And I'm going to leave it at that. I will not expose what that is, but there are some things that maybe you'll say, I don't care about that anyway, but for some people, they will care about it. And I'm really surprised that there aren't any creators that talked about it. So that will be in the video next week. So I hope to get some pictures between now and tomorrow. I might be able to just get some of the neighborhood. And then I think on Tuesday, I'm doing some bird. I am going to take it and use it for bird photography. I'm going to put believe it or not, I'm going to put the 180 to 600 on it, and I'm going to use it. And I'm going to see if I get birds in flight, because I think a lot of people think that it's not a camera that's going to do well with birding, and it's not a camera that's meant to be doing birding all the time. Let's not kid ourselves. But I want to prove that it's a viable second camera for bee footage, and for, like I said, I'm going to put the 24 to 120 on it a lot. I use it for when I have a whole flock of wood storks within 30 feet of me. I can't, if I got an 800 or the 180 to 600 on the Z9, I can't fit them all in. I don't have the angle of view, so put the 24 to 120 on the ZF and get nice group shots of the birds. Gives me a different perspective that I don't often get to take. So I'm looking forward to using it. I've taken some pictures around the house with it, done a little video with it, and I'll just say, so far, I think for the price point, it's very, very good, very, very good for the price point. Let's see who else we got in. I get behind on this a little bit.
We have Ted.
Oh, Ted, Art Bear's here. How you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. And
So when you checking there on we need to play a game. Where is Wayne? Thailand, Malaysia.
yeah, like it's like where's Waldo? You should get like the map, and we get to like throw a dart or something at a map and try to guess where you are.
Exactly.
Still in Malaysia.
Now are you kind of? It seems like you're kind of leaning to that being maybe where you might want to live. Is that a fair statement?
You know, I do like it here. I'm seeing some challenges, kind of like with Thailand. You know, the chop and burn thing happening where it just leaves a whole lot of haze all over the place, and some days it gets really bad. So the reason I'm here this long is because they allow you 90 days. I'm going to Thailand next month. You can only do up to 2 months there. So that's kind of how we kind of play it. You know, instead of just hopping a place every month, you can go to a place where it's a long term, so you can enjoy yourself there and kind of do the slow travel, get to learn the place, learn the culture, learn things that are happening on the side. But I have to say, you know, going to East Malaysia the other day, it's an island. It's smaller. Still didn't discover a whole lot because it was only like 2 weeks. But I'm starting to like it. It's just, you know, me and John talked about the haze thing. He said it was worse years ago. So we'll see.
Well, I'm curious because I'm not a frequent flyer or frequent traveler by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm just curious because you're, you know, staying in one place, let's say 2 months, another place 3 months, 1 month, that type of thing. Do you like just have right now basically all your furniture like in storage, and you're not moving stuff every time you travel,
No.
are you, other than your clothes?
Right. We sold everything in the US. Cars, house,
Okay.
everything is sold. So what we have is what we have. Some of the stuff was sent to Mongolia since my wife's from there and she has a place over there. We, you know, whatever we want to keep, like I have a Pelican case of my gear that I kept that's over there. So winter clothes and so on's over there. So if we're there for the winter, we kind of have what we need there. But for like Southeast Asia, we have one suitcase apiece, a backpack, and my other Pelican with my camera stuff. That's what we're on the road with.
Oh, wow.
When you take the lifestyle, you can do it, correct?
You're kind of like a nomad right now. You're playing the part of a nomad. It's kind of cool.
Exactly.
Kind of cool.
What they call it, digital nomad.
Yeah, digital nomad.
Working, you know, remotely doing stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, now when every time you go back to say to a place that you've been to like a couple times, when you switch over, do you try to see parts of that country that you had not seen previously, or have you found a favorite spot in each location that you tend to go to, or how are you doing things?
We try to see other places because, like, if you know, we've been to Phuket a couple of times. Phuket's been kind of like the jumping off place because seemingly from where it's located, there's flights to like Bali, Singapore, Malaysia, like direct flights. From Bangkok, unless you fly one of the big airlines, which the fares cost a whole lot more, then you want to fly one of the smaller ones, then you have to stop at another place. So to make it easier on us, we just kind of go, when we get to that other country we go to, we make sure we stay at a different hotel, a different location. So that way you get to discover this different area and figure out how to get around there.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, because then when you decide if you want to go to somewhere else on a more permanent basis, you'll have a very good, you'll know enough about the country to know like what area you really want to be in. You know, you're not just going to the same spot.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, we've been sick on and off here, so we haven't gone much. But like the other day, I took the Z8 in for repair, and the area that the camera repair center is in, it's an area that I remember I looked at an apartment and I was like, you know, but there was no train like close to the area. And then when I went up there, I was like, okay, I missed something because definitely there are train stations around here. But I guess it was like a price point as far as what they're renting for. So there's like a whole country club area with, you know, I guess rich expats are in this area. these places cost a lot of money compared to what the rest of the stuff costs in Malaysia. And I was like, oh, you hear about certain prices you can meet, like, 5 to 1,000 per month. And it's like, okay, 500,000. And you go to these places, it's like, oh no, these places are like 2,000. It's like, well, that's what I was paying for places in the US. Why would I want to pay that here? It's supposed to be less money. But you see that the place is nicer, and it's like a whole community that's just built up in this area, and they keep expanding it. You're driving on the road, golf course on this side, golf course on that side. Well, they have malls just like everywhere here, so that's kind of hard to miss. You throw a stone, there's a mall.
They were saying, Wayne, as I presume that since this is your lifestyle at this moment, that you take the approach to visiting a place differently, correct? You're not kind of, wow, I need to hit this place, tack, 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 tack. You can take it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Roy got knocked over by a bird, I think.
No, my robot collapsed.
Oh, my robot collapsed. Well, so much for AI.
Yeah, I haven't trained him very well. Still working on the software.
Oh, let's say hi to we have Joe Mansland popping in. He's going to join us. He's I don't know what he said. He was eating something that sounded good. I got to go back here.
Tacos.
Fish tacos. So yeah, Joe, just make sure you're looking professional when you come on here. I don't want any taco hanging out of you. We got Sandra Paul is in. Hello, how you doing? We don't. How are things where you are? I hope you're keeping busy. I'm sure that you are. Ray Powell, good to see you. We got 32 people in here, which is great. So a few things that we'll talk about is if you haven't picked up on it since you came on, our friend Chuck, who is in the house, he recently bought or ordered the 600 PF, the new 600 PF, and as well as the gentleman with his thumbs up right now in shame because he sold his 500 PF to get it. I don't know. I have trouble talking to him right now because he did that. But I understand. Completely. I'm only picking on him. Like if my wife says the day I stop picking on you, that's when you have to worry.
Exactly.
When you have to worry. So
said Jeff is jealous.
It doesn't take much for me to be jealous.
It doesn't.
I'm surrounded by people that make me feel woefully inadequate.
Good job.
But the thing. Well, see, I'm happy for Gustavo because I know that whatever he buys will get used.
That's true.
The man will use it. So, yeah. Real Nikon lover, sad Jeff. Yeah, my depression is getting worse. So, I actually watched a tearjerker movie the other day. I don't know why. That didn't make me feel better.
Apparently, looking at the commentary here from Albert, that we, the wildlife photographers, make Albert very happy because he doesn't feel guilty when he spends money on his lenses.
Well, it's amazing that some people have gotten it, number one, already, and it's also amazing that people are getting the Plena lens. Exactly. And Gustavo pointed out to me, and I had read about it, that Adorama was like one of the few camera companies that had some of them in stock, which as I speak now, they're probably not. They're probably gone. But the fact that Gray's had some, whatever they got in are gone, but they're getting in another order soon, they said. So, Nikon seems to have stepped up their game in terms of, it's kind of amazing what they've come out with in the last 6 months. And yeah, there's been times where they've run out of inventory or whatever, but they seem to be doing a much better job than they have in the past in trying to satisfy orders in a reasonable amount of time. people getting the Plena already. That's crazy good. That's crazy good. And I will in terms of the ZF, and I'm going to talk about it more when I put out my video on my channel. But one thing that I am very amused about is when you think back on when people were trying to figure out what the next camera was that Nikon was going to put out, and then when the rumor mill started to kick out and suggest that it was going to be a ZF full frame retro camera, it was like the hatred was out there, man. Everybody was saying, "Who's going to buy that? That's stupid. Why are you doing that camera? Who's going to use it? We don't need that. Where's the Z6 III? Where's the Z7 III?" And my opinion, and it's only my opinion, was that the Z6 series and the Z7 series pretty much would come out at the same time or within a month of each other. Okay. And that's been the pattern. Not that Nikon may not change that pattern, but my opinion was that we may get an announcement of it in the spring, and they may not ship any until next fiscal year for Nikon. They want their financial numbers to look good for the next fiscal year, and what better way to do that than that's when you start shipping those bodies. So, I mean, that is a possibility. It's not, I don't have any secret Ouija board that works for me anymore or anything. I used to have one, but and it did move on its own, believe me. I mean, I did that when I was a kid. It did move on its own. But I think they've done a really good job, and they've kept themselves in the news. They've kept themselves viable. They're making a good amount of money. Nikon is not dead, which 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that's all you heard. Nikon was going under, and so much for that. Correct? So
Never gonna happen.
no, it's and the thing is, I don't want to see any camera company go under. I don't want to see OM Systems go under. I don't want to see Fuji, Sony, anybody go under, because competition is good. Competition is the only thing that keeps all these guys on the edge of their seat, so they're always coming out with something new and better. Because if you get down to where you only have one or two camera companies, they could kind of do one of these, sit back, don't put out anything new for a while, because they got all the control. They got no reason to come out with anything new and different. So we want a healthy camera community. We want irregardless of the brand, we want everybody to enjoy what they shoot with. And there's no such thing as, my opinion, I'll never pick on anybody seriously for any camera choice they make, because we all have our reasons, whether it be how it feels in our hand, whether it's ergonomics, whether it's a certain feature that you want to use, whether it's the price point, what you can afford to get, and whether it's an APS-C camera, a Micro Four Thirds, it doesn't matter. You're capturing your vision with your camera, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Let's see here. I got to pull up my little cheat sheet, which doesn't have a lot on it today.
But the issue on the Plena is that obviously we don't know what is the production, correct? That we have, but they certainly have sufficient to satisfy the market initially, and in some places, I think Randall was mentioning that in his camera store, I believe in Texas, they have. He saw it there in the camera store, correct? And in Canada also having available. So that is great. On the other hand, it may tell us also that the demand for long telephotos, when they become highly supplied, tells you that the market that is spending more money or is the wildlife photographers, correct? Or perhaps making those lenses is more difficult and it takes more time. I thought the Plena was going to be very difficult to get. It turned out that is not the case, correct?
Yeah, I mean, and if there's a sports / wildlife photographer out there right now that can't feel completely satisfied with what's available to them, I give up. As I insinuated, I think on the last show is, and Roy I know feels the same way. Time to do some more specialty lenses. Time to do some stuff that has been on the back burner because you're trying to, fill in the lineup, and I think they've done a good job of that, but they need to have some more fast prime, some more wide angle lenses, some I know Royal Boo when I say this, but we can't forget our APS-C partners in crime. You need to have some DX offerings. It really is truly amazing how much DX lenses have come out from third party companies lately.
That's good.
There's I was just looking, I was poking around a little bit, and I'm going to pronounce the name wrong. I think it's, I actually went on a computer to say, how do you pronounce this word? And I spelled it, and I got 3 different pronunciations. So Sirui is one of them. Sirui, Sirui.
I tried their lenses; they weren't impressive.
Okay, they're coming out with a 3-box lens kit called Sniper Lenses. Yeah, 23 millimeter, 33 and 56 f1.2, shipping in November. But yeah, you got to be careful. Like we've talked before, you got to be careful with the third-party stuff because Nikon at any time could do a change to their camera, and all of a sudden those lenses might not work. So there is an inherent flaw or danger in buying third-party lenses, unless it's a company that's kind of in bed with Nikon, like Tamron is, where Nikon is going to give them some of the secret sauce, some of the recipe, and they're going to make sure that those lenses are supported. But some of these Chinese lens manufacturers, even if you get some lenses that they make that seem pretty impressive, you got to be on edge a little bit, whether or not, the support. I know I got something from that was Chinese when I bought the TT Artisans lens. I'm like, the manual was worthless. I don't know where I would bring it if I had a warranty problem. I didn't pay a lot for it, so maybe it's like, whatever. Use it till it breaks, throw it away type of thing. But I don't like to be that way with anything I buy with camera equipment. I want to know that I could bring it back somewhere and get it fixed and not have to spend a month trying to figure out how to do that or who can fix it. But
let me add something here, Jeff.
What's that?
So let me add something else here.
Yeah.
The ETZ adapter that I've been using with the different lens, somehow these guys, this was the unit that you use for updating the firmware. And recently they made a change where now you can update from the body of the camera. So somehow they've got Nikon to approve them to be able to allow them to update through the camera, which is pretty good.
No,
and
that's
if you saw
great.
oh yeah. On my last video I was trying out one of the Samyang lens with the adapter, and you can see how it was like the light kept flickering because when it was an auto ISO, whenever the ISO changed, it's like the aperture wouldn't keep up enough to, make a steady shift. And I was like, people talk about Samyang and so on. I guess maybe if there's a native version, it would work. But I think these guys do more like cinema lenses that goes on to rigs where you have the manual focus pull dials on these things. So it will work better for that way. But now they're venturing into autofocus.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it very well, usually it should translate well through the adapter, but it didn't translate very well. So that's something to keep in mind. But I'll say the ETZ adapter has been working pretty good for me so far.
But if they are manual focus and they are already with this kind of right bayonet, the risk probably is not that great, not much, correct?
Yeah. Manual focus, I think, will work fine. It's the autofocus one that this adapter is more designed for. If you use a manual focus, there is no issue. The only thing is whether or not the contacts are there to provide information to the camera. If it isn't, then you're kind of setting information in the camera and then making the changes on the lens.
Good for all of you that like retro cameras. You have to really do it with the dials.
Well, a lot of these Chinese lens manufacturers are making those anamorphic lenses now too.
Yeah.
So those seem to be kind of like showing up more and more all the time, and obviously that there's a certain population of people that want those kinds of lenses. So I'm glad that there's an offering out there anyway for them. Mike Farwell says late as usual. Mike, you're only late if you never show up, because you never know how long the show is going to last. We think. I know I felt. I think last week I said, well, there's not really. I mean, Sony's going to have some announcements. I think in November, and other than them, all quiet on the Western Front, as they say. There's not going to be a lot of stuff that we anticipate. Don't know if Nikon's going to try to sneak out the 35 millimeter f1.2 before the end of the year or not. That's kind of up in the air. I don't know. I mean, they're doing so well, and they have plenty of orders to fill right now. And who knows? They may hold off on that 35 1.2 and throw it out in January or something to kind of fill in a little bit of perk up the sales for this fiscal year a little bit before they hit the April timeframe for the next fiscal year. You never know how they're going to think, but they're kind of on a roll right now. They got nothing to complain about. They're doing good.
Randall made some interesting comments there, Jeff, about his experience of buying the CF on the local camera store.
How far up is that comment?
Like 10 comments away, but if I can.
Is it the B&H comment here?
Well, he made a comment before of that, saying that when he tried to buy 2 CF, they didn't let him initially, correct? Because I presume, and that's
okay. Here it is. Yeah.
So that's a good policy. If this is done, let's say, by the authorized dealers, that they're trying to have the camera in as many people as possible, that's a good thing.
I'm very happy for Randall that he told me that he wanted to get the Plena, and he obviously got it, which is great. He sent me an email, I believe it was today, and Randall, you can correct me if I'm getting my dates mixed up, because you got to realize that as you get older, you use fuzzy logic a lot, and you're sometimes a day or two off. But I know he was asking me, he says, would you buy the 400 millimeter, the Z mount 400 millimeter lens, or the 100 to 400? And I said, well, you're not going to go wrong with either one. I says it depends on your use case and what you're using it for. If it's wildlife, 400 is usable but not optimum, I would say. You need to have it's a good part of a kit for wildlife, but you also want to have something longer, whether it's a 500, a 600, or an 800 or something like that. But I don't know what his use case is, and it depends if you want the flexibility of a zoom. Or I know Tim has the 400, and it's tack sharp. It focuses fast. It's a very impressive lens. I don't remember seeing any negative reviews about that lens when people talk about it.
I've got one.
So I think either way you go, you will be a happy man. It's just really going to be up to what your use case is, as a certain person likes to say, which makes a lot of sense. Your use case, and or
600 on the list.
Or I'll tell you, Randall, if you're trying to buy up everything before you retire, just get both, man.
The question for Randall: what color did he get? 2 blacks, 2 oranges, different colors?
Yeah, yeah. I was
Well,
actually
he got it from a
surprised.
local store, so they'd have to be black, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
only get the
yeah.
colored ones direct.
That is true, Mr. Moss, man. That is true.
All the shops have got the different colours
No, I'm
here.
not gonna talk about it a lot.
Very nice.
There's the
Orange?
sunset orange,
Nice.
and I like it on the top. And then I'm gonna do the
back.
Put the
back.
screen out.
You know, there.
Where's the film
Yeah.
going?
The film goes in here. That opens up, and you drop the film in.
Let's see you do it.
That's I can't. That's a secret, man. I got the special model. This is a one of one.
It's a Jeffrey special.
Jeffrey special. It's the sad version of the ZF
It's
because
supposed to be blue, isn't it?
they tricked me. They said it's a ZF, and they said here's a roll of film for you. And I go, what do you mean? So it's the sad version.
Sadly, we can't get color versions over here, so that's one of the reasons I had to jump on one. I mean, I like the camera, but I would want a color, and I played around with it. As you saw in the video that I put out. Without the grip, it doesn't feel as nice. And of course,
they're
put the
shipping
24 to
the
120
small
on
grip,
it. It's huh?
They ship the small grip with it. Small rig grip.
Well, where you live, they give it to you.
Yeah, they do.
Where
I
live,
think for a certain period of time.
Where I live, I got to buy it.
Yeah, I think it depends on how many people pre-ordered, but I think after that time frame, then you have to buy your own. And small rigs seem to be sold out already.
Well, what's interesting, if you go to B&H and you type in small rig grip for the ZF, B&H says pre-order.
Mhm.
So when I saw that, I mean, I went to the small rig website and I ordered it from them, and I had it within like a week. But I bought it long before, I bought it like a month before I got the camera. So,
Yeah.
but it's like neither one is selling it for any difference in price. It's like $39.90 or whatever. But it's what I talk about in the video. I put a lot of different lenses on it, and to be honest with you, you put on, if you put on like the 28 or the 40 or something like that, those weigh nothing. The grip that's on it, it's irrelevant. It's fine.
Yeah.
And you had if I reach behind me, Patches, get out of my way. The dog's in my way here. I don't want to kick you, honey. Get away. You got the ball in your mouth. You're driving me nuts. But you got the FM3A.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that these cameras had no grips on them, and you got by because basically you got a lot of the support underneath the lens.
Yeah,
and it's the same thing with the ZF. When I put I don't have the 28 or whatever. I got the 40 F2. I put the 40 F2 on it. I put the 24 to 120 on it, and those are fine with the regular grip. Now, when I put the 100 to 400 zoom on it, that was borderline. That was borderline, and for me, that's when I would put that larger grip on. But what I find is the larger grip does. Let me put this back. What I found out is the larger grip, at least for me with my size fingers, it's a little bit in the way of rotating the front dial. I mean, part of my finger is resting on the top of the grip, and it makes my finger a little high on the knob. So it's not like I can't adjust it, but I'm using more the tip of my finger rather than a little bit farther down on my finger because of the grip. It's not a deal breaker by any means, but depending on the size of your hands, it may or may not be a slight irritation to you.
Yeah. So Jeff, you have a question, a technical question from Handy Nardo on how do you change your ISO, set up your ISO in the CF?
You have so many ways you could do it. You have the ISO dial on the top, which which you could use it like an old style film camera. You just rotate it to whatever ISO you want. But there is a function on there with the letter C. When you put the ISO control knob in the letter C, it then allows you to control your ISO via your photo shooting menu or your video shooting menu where you may change your ISO. And if you don't have it in that C location, if you want to use like the higher range ISOs, okay, that get really, really high, or you want to shoot under ISO 100 and use the ISO low setting, you have to have it in that C position because you can only do the ISO low or the ISO high from the program menus themselves. So if you take it off the C, you're using what is on the dial, and that's it. You put it on the C, then you can use the programming inside the camera. And if you use, now you can also use auto ISO. If you use auto ISO, that controls the ISO period, and no matter what position you have that dial in, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The auto ISO is going to do what auto ISO does. It's not going to care what the dial is set at. It's
Auto ISO isn't available on the dial though, is it? It isn't on the ZFC.
No,
I know
it's not on
that.
the dial. It's not on the dial. It's in the menu system.
Yeah.
I like buttons better.
And that's something I talk about, because what you're going to find yourself doing is, because I don't want to give away everything I'm putting in the video, but what you're going to find yourself wanting to do is you're going to want to customize your I menu for your personal tastes, and you're going to want to create a my menu. And what I do with the my menu is I assign it, so I push a certain button. What I do, which is not necessarily what you would do, what I do is when I'm in the stills mode, I program my record button, my video button, to bring up the my menu screen. So if I do something quick while I'm shooting a photo, I push my video record button, the my menu screen comes up, and everything that I want to change quickly is in there fast. I could select it and move on. I'm not digging through the muck, as they say. But you have the I menu is good, but the I menu is limited to only so many features. You could swap features out, you can move features around, you can change the features, but you only have 2 rows, and that's it. With your my menu, you could create a whole unique menu system tailored for you on the camera, and that's what's great. And you could do that obviously with with all the Z cameras, the Z6, the Z7, the Z8, the Z9. You create your own customized menu system based on how you like to shoot. And the heck with what Nikon gave you. Create your own menu system, man. Knock yourself out, and it's fun to do that, and it saves you a lot of time.
And it has the 2 sub command dials, correct? The command dial and the sub command in front and the rear, correct?
Yeah.
So you have a lot of options.
Well, what I find like with the 40, okay, small, okay. But how I hold a camera with a small lens is completely different than how I hold a camera with a longer lens. Okay, with the small lens, I tend to fold. Let me get the hand in here. I tend to fold. I can't bend my hand enough. I fold my 3 fingers flat, and I actually rest part of the camera body on this part below my thumb. So I have it in my hand. See, my fingers are curled up, and my thumb and my index finger are around the focus, and my fingers and that area below my thumb are where the body of the camera is resting, and it's very, very comfortable. But then when I put a longer lens on, then the other fingers open up, and the hand moves out a little bit more, And if I'm doing and I've seen different approaches that people use with telephoto lens. Some people like to take the telephoto lens. Let me grab one. Patches, you're driving me nuts, dog. Go. Have a little
That
respect.
doggy's good.
Have a little respect there, pup. Huh? You're a good girl. I know you want to play bally, and you're like the heck with everybody else. And I don't care if Roy's on all the way from Australia. I gotta throw the ball. Go ahead, get it.
Caught it.
But when you have this is the 1 to 4. Okay. Some people take the foot and they put it at the top. I don't do that. I use it as a way to brace, to support.
And then
I got
turn
the
the wheel.
camera here. I rest the foot in the palm of my hand, and my fingers naturally are near the zoom ring or the focus ring. If I go and I take that foot and I rotate it so it's sticking up, now I got, where my hand could be moving other dials by mistake and stuff like that. So I like to use the foot as a way to balance the camera, and then my fingers just end up right where I want them to do what I want. And that's just me, but I see a lot of people flip the foot up. I never quite understood that, but
Easy to carry, but annoying.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think when I carry it long telephoto, I prefer it, put it on top. But I do the same with Jeff. When I'm going to shoot and I know I'm shooting, it makes handling the zoom better, like you said, Jeff. And also you have less chance of bumping into the focus and going from manual to autofocus to manual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've had that happen with a 7200. I flipped it up and was trying to do it that way. And I was like, why does the camera keep going to manual? Was it my fingers that keep touching the dial? Oh, before I forget, I wanted to mention, like, for the ZF, one of the reasons why I wanted the thing, I've been carrying my camera just like this. There is no strap, nothing. The other day I had the cage on it before I sent it out for repair. And I don't have anything other than that. So trying to hold the ZF without any kind of grip is bad. And right now, the only two lenses I have that are Z lens are the 24-120 and the 70-200. Of course, I use, the Sony lenses on here when I want to, and I've tested, which one was it? Oh, no, I didn't have that with me. I did, the 60-35. I had it with me at the show, and I popped it on there just to test it out, and it works fine. The balance wasn't too bad. But I also found out the 17-28 kind of work like the Sony lens, where the ring isn't stiff. The 24-120, when it turns, it has like a stiff move. So when you zoom in, you tend to kind of move it when you're shooting video. With that one, the throw is not even that long. It's just like really small, and it's like so loose. I don't think it's mechanical. I think it's probably electronic. It just boom and it's there. So I'm thinking maybe I'll buy that lens as well if I get that camera, or maybe for this one.
Focus by wire.
Yeah.
Jeff and Leslie threw your comment up. Yeah, you could tell that I shot film cameras. There's no doubt
I
about
got in when cameras had grips on them. You guys are way before me with a flat body. I had a Yashica back in the day with a grip.
But actually, Roy made an interesting comment as well. The fact that he, even for the old film camera, he 3D prints on grips. That is something that
I missed them when I tried the old film camera.
You need to show some of that in one of the shows, because I guarantee you not everybody knows about that. And if you are used to a grip,
well, Roy probably has one of these on a lot of the medium format cameras. They had grips that were away from the body. You mounted it on where the tripod thread was, and sometimes you had a handle on both sides of the camera. Sometimes you had one, sometimes you had two. I mean, you had some serious grip power on some of those medium format cameras. And then they used to make, and they still do, some companies still make like wooden grips. They have the bracket underneath the plate of the camera, and then it comes around with a grip made out of wood. And let me bring Roy in here.
That's a Hasselblad.
Yeah,
that's a Bronica.
Yeah,
I would have
the
the side.
Bronica. That's a serious grip on that.
Yeah.
and
Hey,
then you
Jeff,
have
somebody had a question for you.
and then you have the cold shoe on the top for your flash to hold your flash
yeah.
too.
Which made perfect sense, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Someone was asking if the ZF is made in Japan like the DF. I don't think so. I think they're out
No,
of
it's
It
Thailand.
doesn't even matters anymore.
if I open up the back, it says made in Thailand.
Yeah, everything is Thailand today.
Thailand, yeah. You look at
It's more how well it's made, more than where it's made these days.
there you go. There's your proof.
Yeah.
Made in Thailand.
I think maybe do they even make the lens in Japan anymore? Or everything is still now in Thailand.
Some lenses, I think, still made
yeah.
there, but not many.
Lenses here.
Yeah, depends what lens it is. Yeah.
I think even the Fuji lenses that are made in Japan are only assembled there. All the parts come from.
But I guarantee you, Roy, if you are a serious film person, probably you actually made one of those 3D printed grips, because once you get used to have a grip, it's very difficult to go without it. Okay?
Yeah, I found that. So I went back and printed them from my old film cameras.
Actually,
The way you
actually, even on the C8 and the C9, where I'm using the L plate, I think it's either the real right stuff or the Kirk. You can displace the L plate, so that you can have also it function like a grip then you have the grip in one side and
for the DF too.
that's very
What?
good.
DF didn't have one.
Wait a minute. Let me get you in here.
Bring it. Let's see it.
DF
Wow.
It's the DF.
Yeah.
with a grip. It was
And
too
did you
small.
made it with an Arca Swiss plate at the bottom as well?
Oh yeah, of course.
Ah,
Got to have an Arca Swiss. I'm Arca Swiss all the way through. It's my religion. All cameras should have Arca Swiss built in. So should lenses.
exactly.
Yes, I agree, and I don't understand what is the. I mean, you got to wonder, do all these places that make L brackets and just the flat plates and do they all like share money with Nikon for some reason or whatever, or all these all these other
Tamron
camera
should have
manufacturers?
Arca Swiss
Is there
built in.
a revenue sharing thing going on that we don't know about? Because I don't understand why the camera manufacturers just don't do it right to begin with. Very frustrating.
Only OM system does the
And the Tamron lenses come like that.
Yeah, see, that's a thing. OM systems is, I do not knock OM systems at all. They do some innovative things. They do things before other people do, or they do things that other people won't do. And that's one thing that makes them cool is they're willing
Companies that
to
like that to keep going.
they're willing to do different things, so really it just comes down to whether you are comfortable with a micro four thirds sensor system or not, which I know many to have. It's a funny story. I have my Z9 with the 800 PF in my hand, and a photography couple walk up to me in the park, and they talk to me, and they say, the guy flat out says, "Oh, I don't like Nikon cameras," but I don't think at the moment he knew that I had a Nikon camera in my hand. Because I don't like Nikon cameras. He says all those cameras are too big, and him and his wife both had Olympus or OM system. I don't know what era camera it was, but they had Olympus, aka OM system type cameras, and they travel all over the world, all over the country, because they go. You got all these very, very tight weight limits on your luggage and everything when you go on international flights, and if you got to go on what I call a puddle jumper flight, sometimes you fly in and now you got to go on a prop plane and fly 100 miles to go somewhere else, and you got to worry about weight and size, and they're like, we don't have to worry
sometimes.
We got everything is light, everything is small. They go, we would never walk around with what you have. We don't know how people go on safaris in Africa and they bring stuff like that. We don't know if maybe they don't bring any clothes with them.
You pay the extra charge for your gear. That's what I have to do sometimes in some of these airlines I fly on, because they do have a weight like 7 kilos is what they love. That's 15 pounds.
Yeah.
My backpack is already 15 pounds and I'm carrying the case as well. Sometimes I sneak it through without paying anything extra and they don't notice. And sometimes they don't even bother you. But some places, they also have like a scale right before you get into a security area to weigh your gear to make sure if they kind of missed it, they'll catch it and I'll send you back to go pay for it or a receipt. So,
Take the lens hood off and leave it behind.
no, one thing a lady said to me one time was basically just take the camera stuff, because I had like in the case inside the backpack. She's like, put that on because you're allowed like two things, but they're more worried about the backpack. So took out the bag with the camera, had that at my shoulder, and have the backpack on one shoulder. It was fine. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll do that. But now I got a cube, which I'm like, I can't take that out because that has most of the stuff inside of it, and that weighs. I put the bodies inside there, and the 7200 is now in the external case.
Yeah.
Which,
I actually, Greg, I actually hold my 800, handheld my 800 all the time. I'm not saying that. I don't, pinch a nerve but one arm, I'm like Popeye. One arm I think is bigger than the other,
I hope it's from photography, though.
Yeah, I eat a lot of spinach too. But let's see what else we got. Yeah, it's hard. I'll tell you, if you're tracking a bird in flight with the 800, and ospreys are great for this. Ospreys, they'll like flutter, they'll fly around a million times, they'll fly away from you. You're trying to keep tracking them, then they fly towards you, and then they go left, then they go right, then they fake dive, then they come up, and you're waiting. Let me tell you, with the 800, after about 5 minutes of this and leaning all the way back and moving around, and yeah, you do start to feel it. But I can't imagine somebody doing that with the old F mount 600 F4 like Gustavo. You still have that lens, right?
No, impossible. Yes, I still have it.
But you're going to dump it, right?
I will sell that.
See, you should have dumped that instead of the 500 PF.
No, that's waiting for the TF.
It's waiting for what?
For the TF.
Oh,
that has a special purpose. But no, definitely. I mean, the kind of what is the angle of the 800? 4 degrees or 3 degrees? It's very difficult to handhold for a long time because of the weight. Very difficult to keep on the subject with that weight. Correct? So you need tripod, beanbag, monopods. I mean, you use the monopod a lot. Correct?
Yeah. Well, it takes a lot. It takes a lot when you've never shot with a real long lens. Like some people never use anything higher than a 600. 600 was like their limit. But I mean, I had the 500 PF, and then eventually I got the 800. And let me tell you, completely different creature trying to pick up on a bird in flight with the angle of view on an 800 versus the angle of view on a 500. It's significantly a big enough difference where it's a lot harder to pick up the bird. So when I'm using the 800, I try to pick it up when the bird is farther away. I don't like to wait till it gets too close, because then when I'm ready to shoot it, I may not find it quick enough in the sky and I miss the shot, where with the 800 I could see it a lot sooner. I could follow it sooner anyway. But then, your arm is up longer, you get tired quicker or whatever. But it's all the semantics and the challenges of the weight differences and stuff between different lenses, and it's a challenge, and if you're some guy that weighs 120 pounds when he's wet, you're not going to want to hold an 800 millimeter lens. That's when you're going to use the Olympus. You're going to put the Micro Four Thirds camera on with a nice crop factor, and say, "Oh, I could get it," and look, my lens only weighs 1 pound, and yours weighs 3.5, or whatever.
But the 600 or the 500 PF or the 400 4.5, those are really handholdable lenses.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they're amazing. I can shoot video handheld with these long lenses. It's amazing. Never done that before.
Exactly, right. My surprise is that you can do it, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, having worked with all these lenses for a long time, if you had told me 5 years ago, 3 years ago, hey, you're going to be able to do 500 handheld all day, wow.
Well, as I say, for all of us, as for those of us who occasionally like to complain about stuff, we are so spoiled it's ridiculous.
We are.
Because it's also of course it's the lightness of the lens, but it's also coupled with the image stabilization, correct? That's what makes it possible.
Yeah,
right? It's amazing, definitely.
but and like a lot of people, when the 600 came out, obviously the first thing everybody's going to say to you, well, to you, Gustavo, to me, because we shoot wildlife a lot, they're going to say, "Oh, well, you're going to get it, you're going to get it," and well, so much about whether you get something or not depends on where you started from to begin with. What else is in your kit?
Exactly.
How much overlap do you have with your lenses that you already own? Do you basically have a 70 to 300, and then you have the and maybe you have the, let's say, the 400, and now you have the 70 to 300, you have the 400, or you got the 1 to 400. Okay, do you say at that point, do I go with the 600 or do I go with the 800? And that,
the 180 to 600.
Yeah, or the 180. So I mean, there's so many variables, and depending on what you already have in your kit, it may not make sense for you to buy it. And in other cases, absolutely, that's just what you want to slide right into your to your bag, and it works out great for you. And that's why it gets frustrating when too many gear talk channels try to tell you what to buy, or you won't live till tomorrow if you don't buy this lens. It's like, well, they don't know what you have. They don't know what you have.
It's all opinion. Everybody likes to sell their idea about what's going on, because you see some of these titles. I bought this program or service that helps with YouTube to create titles and so on. And some of these titles are so sensational. I'm like, who really does these things? But then you look at some of the videos that are coming out, it's like, oh, this is epic and this is like life-changing. I'm like, why? But people are watching this stuff. I'm like, maybe I need to start changing my title of some of these really crazy things. It's like, it's the best lens ever. I'm like, no, it's not. John and I talk about things from time to time. He gets upset when people talk about this thing's like the best thing and that's the best thing. It's like, have you tried all this stuff? I'm like, John, it's YouTube. It's all opinion stuff.
The only life-changing events I've had was getting married and having children. Those were life-changing events. What lens I'd use to put on my camera is certainly not a life-changing event. I'm not being like the guy on the old Toyota commercials that jumps in the air and kicks his heels after you. Oh, what a feeling! I got the 180.
Oh yeah, remember that.
It's
not that kind of change.
All the stuff that we enjoy are really luxury items. You know what I mean? It's not life and death stuff. I mean, if you're
still fun to play with old gear too.
If you're a working pro, that's different. It matters to you because you're earning a living doing it. But if you're not earning any money doing it, it's just a fancy toy. It's a toy. But
a lot of young people are coming out, they're looking at these things, and the influencers is who they're following more than you guys who have been seasoned, been doing these things for a long period of time, because their presentation of the content and how they talk about this stuff, is catchy, and it seems as though these guys know a lot of what they're talking about. And I see people talk about some of these used guys come on and they're saying, you have to do like a crop sensor, you have to crop the aperture as well. I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's like you have to use a crop sensor, you can't use a full frame lens. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that.
No, if you put a crop sensor lens on a full frame camera, it's just going to go in DX mode,
right?
On the modern ones, But yeah, it's just like you said, there's too much clickbaity titles,
Yeah.
Canon crushes Nikon, Sony outdoes the competition, Nikon rises from the ashes,
It's sensational and it will get the clicks.
And it is sad because obviously I don't care if my channel grows because I don't use any titles like that. I don't use any catchy titles that get everybody, oh yeah, I gotta watch that, because sometimes the thing is they come up with a catchy title and then they don't even talk about what they put in the title. That's what drives you nuts too. They throw something out there, it grabs you, you got instant engagement. Somebody says, I got to make sure I watch that, and then they watch it and they go, you didn't even talk about what you put in the title. That's probably a third of the time anyway. They don't even talk about what was in the title.
A lot of times people don't watch the entire thing, because I had somebody said to me one time, I talked about an entire video and I didn't talk about the thing that I made the title, and I'm like, it's in there. But I've seen from watching other people, younger people, when I said check out my video, they kind of scrub through things. So a lot of these younger folks, it's like it's time, and they look at stuff, they look for the information. And if you check your YouTube analytics nowadays, or even anything you're watching, if you're scrubbing, you see like they have like a peak and valley gauge at the bottom. It kind of shows you what people are watching a lot of stuff and when they drop it off.
So it sounds like Chuck is leaving, so let's say our good night to Chuck.
See you, Chuck.
Thank him for popping in.
Good you're in.
And putting up with us for a while. Chuck, Chuck, normally I go to bed at 10 o'clock. So I'm 11 minutes past my bedtime right now, so I know where you are, buddy, because normally I'd be like hitting the sack right now myself. So, but wait till you come back, Chuck, and we totally ruin your sleep schedule again, and then you can try to do another live stream from 9 p.m. till 7:30 in the morning, like you did that one time.
Better break the record.
Yeah,
broke every record I think that we ever had. I know Tim and I bowed out on that one because we were shooting the next morning. So
I was there, but I think I was asleep most of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I was in there 3 times.
I like this comment. Everybody raise their hand if you agree with what I'm going to put on the screen.
I'm saying yes. Okay.
Not quite.
I'll raise both hands.
Exactly.
Yeah, we definitely, like, Nikon makes us poorer, and they're all happy.
I just want to know.
This has been a year of Nikon.
I need to know what the Z3 is going to be so I can decide about the ZF.
That's the kind of boat that I'm in as well. The ZF is really nice, and like a lot of things that it does.
I love the look of it.
Yeah.
Everything apart from 2 things. The CF Express slot missing, and it needs 2 USB things to drive as a webcam and things like that.
That for that camera, and where it's at as far as video recording and photo shooting speed, definitely SD card can handle that. You're not losing a whole lot in that side of it. Because now when you think about it,
back to them. I don't like going back to SD cards. I'm spoiled.
Well, yeah. Lucky enough, I still have some laying around. I try to sell them with the Z6, but they didn't want them, so I kept them, and now I can use them inside this. And actually, I don't even use a SD card in this. It's just CF Express. 1 terabyte does everything. No slowdown in shooting, and I can go all up to 8.3K RAW if I want to. It's great. But I'm like you. I want to see what that Z6 III has.
What I did was, well, for me, a lot of it was the price point. I said I was looking at refurb Z9s at one time for a second Z body. I looked at the Z8. I thought about waiting for a Z6 III or a Z7 III. But then, when I literally made a list as to what do I want to use the camera for, the ZF checked off 9 out of 10 boxes for me. And I said, for the price point, oh yeah, I fully anticipate a Z6 III is going to be, obviously it won't be retro, so it'll be quicker to change settings and stuff like that. But you can set up both dials on the ZF so it works like a Z6 or a Z7. You can have your front dial, your sub command dial on the ZF is the only way to change your f-stops. Your rear main control dial by default doesn't do anything but help you navigate through certain menu choices. And then if you put your shutter speed, there is a mode on your shutter speed dial. I talked about the letter C for your ISO. You have a 1/3 step in blue ink on your, let's see if I can, if people can see it or not. I don't know. You can see that different color. Maybe.
Yeah. If you put it in there, basically you'll control it from the dial.
Right. As soon as you put it on that 1/3 step, now your rear dial is doing your shutter speed.
Yeah.
So now
it's kind of like, is that it? I'm sorry, DF. I did mine like that when I wanted to use in automatic mode, manual mode, but I wanted to not use a dial.
Yeah. So, I mean, it has a lot of ways to make it feel like a Z6 or a Z7 if you want that. If you want to shoot old school where you're kind of taking your time with the settings, it's a little more relaxing and you're enjoying the experience of shooting with a camera like that, then you get to do that. But then if you say, well, I'm in an environment here where I got to be able to switch my shutter speeds and my f-stops really, really fast, all you got to do is rotate a knob, one knob to one position, and you can do that. It doesn't get any easier. You don't have to go in. You don't even have to go into the menu system. You just rotate the knob. That's it.
Yep.
You're ready to go. I mean, that's pretty darn tricky.
Retro.
Pretty tricky.
The good news for the people that have bought cameras and already the Z9, the C8, and the CF now is that because we expect the C6 in the next fiscal year, correct? Is that we are likely to see some more firmware updates, correct?
Yeah.
So more.
Greg, this is for you. Wants to know if I got it. There it is. This is actually the Halloween edition. This came out in time for Halloween. If I put that between a couple pumpkins, you won't even know there's a camera there.
Let it go. Let's see it float like a ghost.
Yeah, I'll attach a string and I'll move my hands away from the screen and have it go up and down and move around. And I looked at a fog machine. I was talking to Tim. I said, man, I'd like to do a video and have the fog, going around the camera, make it a real big elaborate thing. And then I go and I'm like, give me a break. They want like $45 for the fog machine, and then you got to buy the liquid for another $10 or $15. I'm like, I don't need a fog machine that bad.
That's cheap.
Hey, Jeff, I'm glad that you didn't go on the pumpkin spice CF because we have so many pumpkin spice stuff nowadays.
Spice. Oh, my wife loves pumpkin spice. Oh my God. It's like,
if they had this color, I'd go with it.
What's up, T-Mid? T-Mid's in the house.
hey, T-Mid.
Welcome.
How you doing, man? Long time no see. What are you up to? Let everybody know what you're working on. If you could fit it within the typing restrictions on the chat, or I could send you a link and you could come on if you want.
Send him a link.
Yeah, send him a link. He's always busy.
Yeah, T-Mid, send me. Go to let me put it up on the screen here. If you want to come on for a few minutes, here's my email address. So just send me an email, say you want the link, and I can send you the link. You can pop on for a little bit if you wish to. I'm sure everybody would like to know what you're up to. I'll turn this off because Chuck has left us.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, there is a good comment there for Randall. That would be something for you guys CF users to comment about the battery issue, whether it's better than that. It should be better than the battery on the C8, right?
Should be.
Well, that whole SEPA rating stuff is a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, we know that.
And well, when I was configuring the camera and fooling around with it on Friday, I did have to change the battery, but I was like, I was either taking pictures or I had the rear screen lit up all the time because I was going through the menu system constantly and changing something, trying it out, going through all the menu functions on that camera. I probably had that camera on, and the camera actually got warm. I had that camera turned on, I think, for at least 6 or 7 hours before I had to think about replacing the battery. And that rear display was on like constantly. That battery is fine in that camera. It is absolutely fine.
It's not going to be a Z9, but nothing is.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you can also talk to Randall because he's been driving around and running that camera for a while, so he has some good experience with that.
Yeah, he did comment. He's been running around taking pictures of all his neighbors without getting permission and causing trouble and getting unflattering photos of his neighbors, and he hasn't gone through a battery yet. He has 6 extra Boy, Randall, you're definitely on the buy everything before I retire schedule.
He's got like his last video had like the Z5, Z6 to Z7, ZF 2.
Good on him. I'm proud of him.
Okay, now the question, Randall, with all these cameras, do you have like one of those nitrogen storage cabinets to put them all in?
They don't make them big enough.
Yeah, they don't make them very big. They don't hold very much, Even what they call a large size is not a large size.
Not for some of us.
Yeah.
I like the idea though.
He says he's shooting HEIF or RAW. Well, I'm shooting RAW with the high efficiency star. And just to show that, for those of you that, some of you are going to go out and maybe buy a 512 gig card or whatever, I took my SD card out of my D850, which was 128 gigabytes. And then I bought, a matching 128 gigabyte micro SD. And if you're in the high efficiency star mode, I think your file sizes are about 20 megabytes in RAW.
Depends on whether you shoot video as well.
Yeah. So if you had 30 megabyte size images, you could fit 4,300 images on a 128 gigabyte card. So you don't necessarily have to buy a large capacity card unless you're shooting a lot of video, because most people are not going to take 4,300 pictures in one outing. And so that 128 gig card for me is going to last me for a while. I'm not going to be in a hurry to go and buy another one. I wanted to save myself a few bucks somewhere here, so I'm just regurgitating what I used in my D850.
Still using my D850. I'm going to be using it today.
We got that's not the one I wanted to put up with. Let's see.
Give me a sec, guys.
So Greg's got baby skunks outside right now.
I don't have any baby skunk.
Yeah. Greg, just stay away. Stay far away. I had one golden retriever that got sprayed by a skunk. Oh my goodness. That dog was in the tub for I don't know how long we were scrubbing that dog to get the stink off the dog. It was, we were looking up on the internet. Okay, what do you use to get rid of the skunk smell off of an animal? And I forget what it was, but we went and bought everything we could buy to try to make it so the dog didn't smell anymore.
Same here with my dog at one time. But Greg's Wilson skunks are well trained. He had them there eating, and from his feeders, and they are super cute. Okay, I mean, you have seen Greg's videos on the skunks, on the baby skunks, super fantastic.
Hey Tim, do you still got the your hummingbird still around?
Yeah, they're still around. They're still outside.
And you got the 2 feeders set up still?
Yeah, both feeders are set up. I basically have 2 hummingbirds at this point because they just scare the other ones all away.
Exactly.
But but they're there every single day. I wake up in the morning and I look out there and I can spot them.
And you could shoot them from a window?
Yeah, I can shoot them from a window. I can shoot them from my dining room. I can shoot them from my office. And I actually set up a strobe outside the other day just so I could play with that to get some light in the tree, and came out pretty good. I just I don't have the best angle from inside, so what I need to do is either move the feeders at some point or start setting up outside.
When they get hooked, then you can put the feeder wherever you want.
Yeah, I think they're hooked.
Yeah. But hey, that's why we have the photo review for you to show us your hummingbirds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a great one yet. I got some other photos I'll probably put in there, but you know what? See if we can submit 4. I'll submit at least 1 hummingbird.
Excellent.
But T-Man, I hope I know to say that I know you're keeping busy is probably an understatement. We do appreciate that you take even 5 seconds to stop by the show and just say hi to everybody. Appreciate your work that you do, and it's nice to have somebody of your caliber show up on the show. Randall wants us to stop picking on him, I guess.
No, the other way around.
The other way around.
Roy wants you to stop picking on him.
Okay. Roy doesn't want to get picked on anymore. Well, that ain't going to happen.
I didn't think it would.
That's not going to happen. Roy's got the museum in the background, man. I'll tell you.
I do like my old gear and new gear.
People, that have real expensive silverware, they're out there polishing the silver all the time, make it look good. You could spend all day just polishing the chrome on your camera bodies and
I'd rather use them.
Putting stuff on the leather, and oh my God, you could be like, whew. I got my
Hey Jeff, there's no theme for the photos, is there?
Absolutely not. I'm an anti-theme guy. although you know what, if you got any pictures that were funny that you took from last Halloween, feel free to throw them in. We'll be getting very close to Halloween, and we'll be doing it on the 28th. So the theme is whatever you guys want it to be, because I just feel I don't want to pigeonhole somebody to.
Except for Greg Wilson, he had to bring some baby skunks.
Baby skunks, yeah. No, if he does that, then everybody's gonna say, Greg's pictures really stink. They're awful. We don't want people saying stuff like that, I mean, who me? I would never do that. No theme, man. No theme song. We got no music. It's just plain as day. We're just nothing fancy. But I'll tell you, I do appreciate when people send in the pictures and I look at the images. I'm like, it's so cool just to see what everybody's doing. It's kind of like it's like reestablishing the connection with the community. Every time we share our photos, it's like it just makes the community stronger. We know what everybody's doing. We appreciate what everybody's doing, and that everybody does something different.
Lots of good people.
Yes, lots of good people, a lot of great people on the channel. Scott's still here. Scott Egan is still here. That's great. Scott, thank you so much for stopping by. And
Rakesh, you actually getting out to shoot? I think I saw today. This is 8 weeks straight that New York area has had rain over the weekend.
It's raining here too today. It's terrible.
so I guess he's obviously implying that they have some color in the trees. That I miss, boy. I miss fall so much. By the time I get to Connecticut on November 4th, it'll be too late. The only leaves I'm going to see are all the ones that people didn't rake out of their yards.
Well, that'll make you feel good because you don't have to do that anymore.
Oh yeah, let me tell you. I could tell you stories about how many leaves I had to rake.
I used to have 2 leaf blowers, one in each hand.
One you didn't take off.
I wish I could have.
Yeah, isn't that what they used in that movie Rocket Man? Wasn't he just wearing a couple leaf blowers? So Rakesh is saying that he went to Harriman State Park. I've never heard of it, but then again, I don't go to New York, so I'm assuming New York.
That is either.
I'm assuming New York State. I'm sure you're outside of the city limits. I'm sure. Oh, here he goes. Oh, this is bad. Raining for 6 hours straight.
Sounds like fun, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Harriman State Park is on the Hudson River opposite Peekskill. Bear Mountain. I know where Bear Mountain is. I've been there.
Well, Daryl, I grew up in Middletown, Connecticut, which runs our highway runs right along the Connecticut River, and I know the area you're talking about. I do miss it. I don't miss it for obviously wherever you grew up, you have a certain amount of sentiment, with where you used to live or where your folks lived and your family and stuff like that. But it's I do miss the fall, but the winters were brutal for me. I mean, when you have a bad back and you have to deal with snow, it's not a good combination.
The issue with the fall is that certainly for photographers, is the shortest of all the season. Okay, I mean, you are at the mercy of, hey, you get a little bit of snow or you get a little bit of wind, and all the leaves are gone. So that it is fickle, correct?
Yeah. Well,
hey, Kevin Nordstrom.
Hey, Kevin.
Just popped in.
Hey. Hello, Kevin. How you doing?
Hey, Jeff, is that pixel shift any good on the ZF? Or haven't you tried it?
I have not tried it. I'm not a big fan of that stuff.
Neither am I. It's never worked for me on anything else. I just wonder if Nikon's fixed the problems.
It's just like what you call it, focus stacking. They're both kind of everything has to be so perfect, to do it.
That's different. That's usable.
Yeah. Well, he's going live on his channel.
Oh, he was live before. He was live the same time you were, so I went over there and I told him, "Hey, what's going on?"
Oh, okay. Well, Kevin, I hope you have I hope you have a whole group of people watching you right now. I hope we're not we're cutting into each other's subscribers, all 5 of them.
You each have 2.5.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can have a half a person somehow. I guess that wouldn't be. That would be. That's Halloweeny, half a person. I'll take the arms. You take the legs. So how many people in the chat have comment if you have either ordered or are planning to order the Plena lens or the 600? Curious to see. I guess the 180 to 600 is still over demand and too much demand for them to meet, from what I understand, with that lens. So I don't know.
I'm happy.
Yeah, I don't know how long people are, if they're saying how long people are going to have to wait to see one or not.
See one now. Look. My Plena arrives tomorrow.
Hey, Roy,
nice.
Why don't you share your address with everyone?
I don't think so. Just go to the bottom of the Dandenong Mountains and look up.
I think Roy almost lives on Mount Olympus. It looks like, he's like he's up there he lives up there with the Greek gods,
No, we don't have big mountains in Australia. Australia is actually the flattest continent in the world.
Well, your house is pretty high up. Looks pretty high up.
All continent. Hey, Roy, but where are you interested on the 135 Plena or not?
I'm getting it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, that could.
Say.
But know what we're going to say about this channel? This is where people's wallets come to die.
Exactly.
Too late.
We should just, Mozman, since you're good at this, I'll have to have you do a clip to share or something where you just show people, where their wallets open up and the money is just flying in the air, and say, this is the photography club, all these open wallets and the money just flying in the air.
Oh, I thought I still had my bird on here, but I don't. With the gold bond powder. I could just switch the gold bond powder to a wallet.
Hey, for those of you who are interested in a ZF, there we go, gold bond. I like gold bond powder, actually, but I'll give you a tip. I can't say it. No, I can't do it.
No, it's not for the channel. Not for the channel.
Jeff's frozen with shock.
He got frozen himself.
Too many secrets out.
Exactly.
At least he's smiling.
Let me tell you.
Frozen Jeff and sad Jeff.
Maybe lost connection.
How'd we do that?
I don't even know.
We shouldn't be on either then. We're going through his computer, so we shouldn't be on either.
Remember when
sometime it happens like this, and he'll start a new stream and we'll go talk by ourselves.
When that happened to Chuck, it took a while to get fixed.
Yeah, I remember when it happened to Chuck. We were on for a good 45 minutes before he came back.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't
it? he may have to, to tell us in regular chat.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back out to the page and kind of monitor and see if he's gonna do.
I'll text him and see if he even knows he's frozen.
Yeah, the last time you and I and somebody else was stuck in a stream just by ourselves when another stream started.
Yep.
That's what we're doing today with these.
What are those?
That's a microscope objective.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
RMS adapter.
So you see, you are the delegate successor here for Jeff when we are waiting for him because you're big.
Yeah, we wait for him to come back. Maybe he fell asleep. Maybe the dog got him.
Picked out a cable somewhere.
Find him buried in the garden somewhere.
That is true, Mossman. You need to put a photo of Jeff being carried by the angel.
Jeff, he said his internet crashed.
Oh,
How come we're still
because the
on?
live stream is a service is using, so that's why we're still here.
Yeah.
He's left us in the lurch, hasn't he?
I'm going to take this opportunity to get a drink.
I was snacking when I was off camera.
So I'm going to try. So I think Rakesh was asking about the full colors, right? Here
There
he
he
is.
is. He's back.
Lost my internet. I don't know how.
I tell you one thing, Jeff. I use here in Colorado. We use Comcast or Xfinity, and they ask you to change my router. Correct? Oh, this is a much better router. Since I did that change, my internet is not as reliable. So
I think the camera gods were mad at me. Punished me or something.
Too many secrets.
I started.
At least you didn't have to kill the stream before starting again. Remember that time that happened to Chuck? Correct?
Oh, yeah.
So at least it works fine.
For I forgot where I lost my train of thought here. I think I was talking about if you're thinking about getting a ZF and you're not sure if you want one or not. Finally, you can get access to the manual, which isn't much of anything to brag about, but the reference guide is a wonderful. If you're bored, and you need something to read, it's only 878 wonderful pages for your entertainment. So feel free to read through and peruse the reference manual for the ZF. It's not quite as long as the Z9, and I'm sure it's not quite as long as the Z8, but it's still pretty long at 878 pages.
You know what I don't like about the way Nikon do some of the explanation, they don't give you much info. Like, since I do video, you hear about the 8-stop of IBIS and 5-stop on the video side. When you look in the manual, they don't talk about how it works. One of the guys put out the video and said, use sport mode all the time for when you're panning around. And I know that on my FX30 and the A795 that I had, as I'm like moving the camera this way, I'll start for a bit and then the image on the screen will start. It's got to catch up afterwards. And there's something they do with the software that helps to keep the footage steady. The Nikon, if you kind of start moving it, if you're in like regular VR mode, it kind of gives like a bit of a jerk. I was annoyed first with the Sony one. It's like, why does it do that? Why is it like a lag in between that time frame? But it's because the software is doing something to make sure that the footage stays small. So steady. But in a Nikon manual, they don't explain specifically what the VR for the video side does. It's like, look at what the photo side does. Like, well, that's a whole different thing. It's not the same kind of thing. You'd like them to break it out separately so we know, or even put in the video menu an option to turn it on or let you know what it's doing differently, because it's supposed to operate differently than photo mode and in video mode. So there's some things in there that I was confused with, and the same in the Z8 manual as well.
Well, even with, I found a I guess I'll call it a conflict of interest. There are multiple ways of charging your camera in the ZF. And of course, they don't give you a charger with it, which I think is a bad thing. And I call that out in the video. I shame on them for not giving people a charger. They give you the cable. They don't give you the charger.
That's common these days, though.
It's a new thing now.
But that's cheap. For where they get those chargers made, that probably costs them a whole $5. I mean, you can't throw that in the box. I mean, throw it in there for free, for crying out loud. It ain't costing you anything, It's crazy.
Everything's going USB-C.
I can get that they don't give you good cases for the lenses. I don't mind that too much because I never use them. It goes to a camera bag. But I think the charger,
that's kind of pushing the word cheap a little bit too much, I think. That's
with USB-C and power delivery right now, I mean, everybody's got cables. And, with the European Union making their law that everything needs to be on the USB side. Yeah. If you have good electronics inside the camera, it can manage all that stuff. Another thing I hear people talk about in the comment section is if I plug it in, it's going to blow up the camera and so on. Like, no, usually your charging plug is managing most of that already. And then USB-C going into the camera, the electronics are taking care of all of that.
Electronics are only going to draw you got to remember the electronics are only going to draw what it needs.
Mhm.
Okay, it's just like you got a 20 amp circuit on your circuit breaker.
I'll say this.
The device you plug in is not going to see 20 amps. It's only going to
No.
draw what it needs to run. So you don't need to
But-
worry about that. Otherwise, if you plugged otherwise your toaster oven would catch on fire if it was going to get 20 amps every time you plugged it in.
Well, you know, we have a lot of people out there that won't understand these things, and they put statements out again, like that influencer stuff that get people thinking of like this things work this way, when it actually doesn't work that way.
No.
But for me, you know, when I got the FX30, it came with like a little block. You have to plug a cable inside and goes into the wall, and then USB at the other end. And I was like, why are they giving me this stuff? And then I started thinking about it. I don't carry my charger with me for the Z8, and for the Z6 at the time. So for me, it was working fine. I got a thumbs up here. I think my image is frozen. Don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Every so often, the FX30 comes up with a message. It's kind of frozen. I don't know what's happened. But anyhow, the fact that I don't carry it and store it someplace else, to me, it's like, you know what? If they don't give it to me, but the camera has a cable and I can charge, I'm fine with that.
Well,
It's one less thing for weight.
They direct you to a certain part number that basically you would plug the USB cable in that they give you, okay?
Mhm.
And that will provide continuous power to the camera when it's on. It won't drain the battery. It'll use the juice from the USB cable to power the camera. And when you turn the camera off, it'll charge the battery. But then they call out an older unit, which looks very similar. It plugs into the wall, and it has a USB cable already on it. And they say in the ZF manual that it provides continuous power as well. It makes it sound like it does the same thing. But then when you go onto the Nikon USA website and you look at the description for that older unit, it says that it does not provide continuous power to the camera. It's to charge the battery. So you have one manual telling you one thing, you have another product manual telling you something else. And I would assume that it does not provide the power, because why would you have two part numbers that do the same thing?
Yeah, you would basically come out with a version 2 and get rid of the old one.
Right. So, that's something people got to be careful about when they decide what they're going to buy for a charger. And
I don't like charging in the camera anyway.
I use the old one that came with the D850.
Exactly.
I use the one where you slide the battery in, the MH25A or whatever it's called, and plug it in the wall, and I charge it that way.
Safer. If the battery dies or goes funny in the camera, it's going to kill the camera.
Actually, you're correct, Roy. That is safer also, because you have something dangling out of your camera, correct? Like this iPad here is now being charged.
Put it off the table.
The dog can come and yank on the cable, and your camera goes to the. It's like working on a tether camera, correct? There is always a chance that you trample over. Correct?
This is what I'm using, Greg, the MH25A. Okay, you just push the lever and lowers the prongs, and then your battery just slides in.
So Jeff, the CA come with that one. The CA.
Oh wow.
Well, this was from my D850.
I know, but the
D8 came with that too.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're assuming that you already have another body, and so it's no big deal that they just give you the cable. But that's a poor assumption.
I agree.
You know what they say about people that assume?
Yes.
You're one of them.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it because it's a family show.
I'll say it. Go on.
Randall says he has 3 of those. That's the whole thing. I thought I had
electronic waste.
I thought I had 2, but I can't find the other one. It must be
3 or 4 of them, but I like this one because it holds 2.
Is that small ring?
That's just a Kingston one, I think.
Oh, Kingston. Okay, dual charger.
Well, you know what's interesting? And nowhere in the, I could not find anything in the reference guide that stated that you could use a power bank for the camera. Now, you would assume, that you're getting power delivery from the, for the one that plugs in the wall and the cable goes into the camera and it'll run the camera when it's turned on. And I hate to assume, because something like that, you want to make sure that it's not a problem, because you don't want to damage your camera. But they don't mention it. They don't say that, you could just plug a power bank in and to supply the power to run your camera or to charge the battery when the switch is off. They don't.
Sometimes it has to be a PD power bank too.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't talk about it, but there's always gaps when you're reading through their material where they don't state something that you kind of want to know about, and they don't talk about it.
Well, it's a limit to how much they can put, correct? I mean, we're all complaining that the PDF is like 500 pages, correct?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm probably the only idiot that reads every page.
Someone has to.
It's good info, so
we got the wallet going there.
Yeah,
I
mean,
empty wallet.
Hey, there's the Osprey man with the wallet. Yeah, baby, I like that.
I think the Osprey's been heavier too.
Joe Mansland says he just got back. He'll join in about 15 if we're still going. We'll be going for 15, not 15 hours, 15 minutes. We'll be here. Let's clarify what 15 is. The Z8 can use a power bank. The Z9 can use a power bank, but they don't say anything about it with the ZF. So I would.
And on the ZF, even though people have been saying it can use power delivery, the port doesn't say PD on it. So it probably doesn't.
Well, it does. It does, because it does say that it is that, because that's how the charger works. I mean, that's that it says with the charger that they recommend that you buy, it will power the camera with the camera turned on. It's not just to charge the battery when the switch is off, but they, like I said, you would think at the same time when you read through it, it would say, it also supports, other forms of providing power. It does have a little comment about computers, but it says, and the way computers are, they say, of course, if it goes in sleep mode, it's not charging your camera.
That's what they need. Dual USB.
Yeah.
Jeff and Leslie are taking off.
Jeff and Leslie are taking off. Hey, have a good one, guys. He says he's going. I'm assuming they're going shooting. Yeah, I got to wake up early tomorrow. Yeah, they're going shooting. Good luck.
Yeah, we need some, Jeff and Leslie, we need some more photo from the Michigan Peninsula.
We need more flowers, and because you're the only ones that know what they are. That's how we learn. You show us flower pictures and you say, this is what it is. And then I write notes. And then the next time, if I take the flower, I don't have to write to you or say, hey, can you tell me what this is? They have all the flower books. They know all that stuff. The
apps you can get that does it for you,
Yeah, it's true.
I need one of them.
Randall says he was so close in getting the 85 1.2 when getting the Plena. That's when he saw that ZF, and he bought the second ZF. Randall, you must be the Postmaster General that we're not aware of. Or maybe the Postmaster General reports to you. I'm starting to think. What do you guys think? I had this down to talk about last week, and I mentioned it, but we never got into a conversation. Do you think Nikon will produce another 300 PF for a Z mount?
It's possible, but it's not. I don't think it's on their main list.
Did they now?
10 to 20 full frames that Canon have got.
Does anybody know if they sold a lot of the F-mount 300 PFs? Was
Not
that a
many.
big seller? Not many.
I think they made many.
Yeah.
And it looks like with the 400, the 600, and the 800, correct? A 300 doesn't fit in that progression, but a 200 may fit in that progression.
Yeah.
But I don't think because the people are waiting for the 200 f2, particularly if it's a macro. But I don't know if you can do PF or face Fresnel for macro type of photography, correct? So that's where things will not work, correct?
Yeah, I think the 300 PF is probably the smallest focal range that they could use to do a PF design.
Exactly.
200 would be conventional lens arrangement. I mean the what do you call it? The 200 macro would be a fun lens for a lot of people. I've run into people. I'm kind of surprised. I've ran into a handful of people that tell me that they won't buy the 105 because they don't want to get that close to the subject. They want a 200, and so I'm not sure. Are you guys aware of what the third party, what Sigma and Tamron offer for? Do they have 200 millimeter macro lenses?
Not that I recall.
Anybody make a 200 that works on a Z mount camera?
Not that I know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
And Jeff, to your point, even the 400 4.5 is not a face Fresnel, correct? The
Correct.
one that Tim has and Roy has.
It should be. It's a very good lens.
It's a good lens.
I
So
don't
they
care
could do
it's
a similar lens like that at f2, but that one also doesn't focus that close, correct? It focus like 4 meters, Roy.
It's not that bad. About 2.5, I think.
2.5 meters. That's not bad.
Well, they still, even though it's not a PF lens, it is impressively light.
That is correct.
It is impressively light. So I mean, you definitely can't use that as a weapon if somebody comes to attack you, though. It's not heavy enough. But the only other. And I joked with in an email conversation. I joked with Randall a little bit. I'm like, no one believes that I'm only going to buy 2 more lenses. I don't know why. Nobody believes me. I just have in my head next year, maybe next year the Plena and the 21.8, and I think after that. Anything after that is probably something I'll use Chuck's phrase, not something I need, something I want, but not something I need. I think the need part will be done once I get those other 2 lenses. But hey, do you think I wonder if the old Roy, my 200, my defocus lens, my 200 millimeter lens, if that would work on the ZF.
Defocus. It's either the 105 or the 135.
Yeah, I got the 135.
They will work on it, but they won't focus.
They won't focus.
No, they're AFD lenses.
Yeah.
Screw focus.
But I could use it. Yeah.
You can use them. They're very sharp.
Yeah.
But they won't focus.
I'd like to try it.
I would.
Try it out. Just for ha-has. I mean, manually focus it, of course, but I mean, to try it out.
Nothing wrong with that. I think I did on my Z9.
Yeah, I'm just really blown away by, and I guess here's just another general question, because I don't know. I mean, the general conversation, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But many people feel that the Z mount, that the Nikon cameras work with more lenses than any other brand. Do you guys feel that that's true or false?
It's a short flange distance because the distance between the mount and the sensor is so close. You can mount almost any lens on it that's ever existed.
Yeah, I've heard some things that you can just use any adapter and use just about any brand.
You can adapt to almost
manufacturer.
anything.
Yeah.
You ever try a Leica lens on a Nikon body?
Yep.
John has an
RF.
adapter.
You can adapt RF glass to zoom out.
Yep.
I come back in a second. My dog wants to go out.
Oh,
Yeah, I
tell
know
the dog has to wait. Gustavo, you just tell the dog, no, you gotta wait. I think
John has an adapter to use a Leica lens on his the Z6 he was using it on. So
I think my dog's depressed because I yelled at her. You okay, Panchy?
It's easier to adapt to a Z camera than it's the old F mount because you got that shorter flange distance. You don't have to have a lens in the mount sometimes to get full infinity focus.
Mm.
Panchy, you're good. You're good, girl. You're good. You're good. Okay.
I hope he's talking to his dog.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the dog. I thought I muted. I guess I didn't. But she seems to be depressed because I think she's mad at me when I yelled at her when she kept running across my bare feet because she wanted to play with the ball when I was trying to reach back and get stuff and everything. And I think I hurt her feelings. Now she's
you mean person.
I'm sad, Jeff. I have sad patches now. So I guess the sadness has to spread throughout the whole household. I'll have to ask my wife if she's sad too, But now what do you guys think now that the ZF came out? I don't think that the Z6 III, I don't think that the Z6 III is going to be basically a ZF. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's not going to be a retro design, but I guess the question is, what do you think a Z6 III is going to have that the ZF can't do? Do you think it's going to have at least 4K 120? I would assume it would have at least 4K 120 in it.
Perhaps.
I would think so.
ZF electronics.
Yeah.
Be lovely
And
to
at
see
least up to 6K is what I would think. Go ahead, Roy.
I'd love 2 USB ports on all the Nikons now. I love that on the Z8.
It's going to be definitely a thicker body because if they're going to, in my mind, at least 6K is going to come at that. And seeing how Nikon is doing RAW internally, then they're not doing a fan. They're going to have to make it a little bit thicker with some better heat sinks inside of it to allow for higher recording. And if their goal is to keep that 12 and 5 minutes in all their cameras,
I accidentally left my Z9 running last week for 24 hours. So I did the same with the Z8 and neither of them overheated. So.
What were you recording at?
Wouldn't you think they're going to put a CFE, probably put a CFEB and an SD card in it?
I think so. They have to.
Yeah.
It'd probably be split like that, which a lot of other brands are. One.
Like the Z8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'd like 2 CFEs, but I'm fussy. One would be enough.
Pharaoh Man saying maybe even better VR than the ZF. That may be a tough one to do. I don't know.
Getting pretty good.
Newer technology, you can definitely do things better. And in my thinking, if the ZF has that, it's going to be a newer unit that's in there. Is it tweaked to the maximum amount that it could possibly be? I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be the same unit inside the Z6 III.
We got
tweaked to the higher level.
Somebody in here joining us. I got to shrink everybody to fit them in.
Joe Man's Land.
Here he is.
See, Joe, you just made me, instead of supersizing my order, I shrunk my order. Everybody's shrunk now.
I'm so sorry.
A bunch of shrinkers.
See, this is what those Canadians do to you. Everything shrinks.
Oh,
Hey Joe,
sorry.
is that taco sauce on your shirt?
Yeah, right? It's pretty darn good. Yeah, it's good. How you guys doing?
The way you described your food item, you made us think you ate somewhere fancy, but wasn't it really just Taco Bell?
No, it was a dive bar on the corner called Mikey's. I do live music on the weekends, and yeah, went to get some tacos. It was a good time.
So what have you been up to now? What trouble are you getting yourself into?
Trouble I'm getting into? Not a lot. Got a shoot this week. There's a new steakhouse that opened up nearby, so I'm gonna do a free video for them. So that's gonna be fun. Gonna try to shoot most of it on the ZV-1 just for kicks, and then I've got another distillery shoot coming up in a couple weeks, but nothing outside of that really. Just busy at work and keeping my head down and getting ready for some snow.
So you work the distillery deal, so you work for booze, is that what it is?
Yeah, I wish. No. So once a month, I go and basically they do a product launch usually once every couple months for something new that they're putting into distribution. So I go once a month, and we do a little interview. It's mostly for like Instagram, so I shoot vertical for all that. And yeah, this month it was more of a cocktail focus. So I used my Z6 as an overhead cam and vertical, and then I shot the rest of it handheld with the ZV-1, and it came together really good. I'm just going through them on my I just finished editing them today, and they were really clean. I like how the Z6 footage came out.
Let's put up a comment here.
Hey, Greg Wilson, Nature Photography. Hello.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
they would never put a dual X Beat 7 in a lower end body, and if they can't, unless they first put it in a Z9 II or something like that, If
I don't
And
think
who
the
knows,
XB7
they may-
is fully utilized yet.
yeah, they may that when the X Beat 7 is they're going to flow that into if they put an X Beat 7 in a ZF, they're going to have an X Beat 7 and a Z6 III. They're going to have an X Beat 7 and a Z7 III, and it's so many. What was it? 10 times more powerful than the dual X Beat 6s, at least 10 times more powerful.
Well,
So there's no need to go any faster than that. And
It's
someday
especially since those cameras are gonna be
8, right? You'll have an X Beat 8 someday.
yeah, and the point to Wayne that there is some headroom there on the processor is the fact that they keep giving us more options on the firmware and better autofocus. That tells you that they are still tweaking it with the same basically electronics. They can put better, more efficient software.
yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting too is, and we all know that every company comes up with a marketing program to, let's just say, differentiate themselves from the competition. And obviously, one thing, like when the Z9 came out, everybody said, well, it doesn't do 30 frames a second. But then again, the camera brand that did 30 frames a second wasn't at the same bit rate to do the 30 frames a second. And what I'm kind of surprised, and I guess this is where you kind of say Nikon, it didn't bother them that somebody could say we do 30 frames a second, because obviously I think it would be very easy for them to mimic the same frame rate in a Z9 to do 30 frames a second if they really wanted to, and they could just do that with a firmware upgrade. And they never chose to do that. So they have no issues with just saying, no, our camera does 20. That's good enough. But I mean, if they wanted to, they could have easily, by this point, I think, modified their firmware to do 30 frames a second at the bit rate that the competition.
But 30 frames for how long?
And it wouldn't have mattered. They could have done it, and obviously they're their own man per se, and they're saying
Mhm.
we don't care. This is what we got. This is what we offer. You can.
And let me say this:
not like it.
anybody shooting 30 frames per second raw at burst rate, I mean, that's a lot of data to go through.
Yes, clogs up very quickly.
Yeah,
Most of them only do it for a second or two, and then they stop.
and I could count on one hand how many times I've shot 20 frames a second. I don't usually shoot at 20. Very rare. Very rare.
I am on 20 frames per second all the time, so I'm the opposite. But
I mean, you got a crew there going through your photos for you.
No.
I mean, we all know the truth. We know the truth.
photo mechanic.
You got a whole team there behind the wall. You got a team of people right now working on your photos for you.
Just photo mechanics, Mr. Jeff.
I don't know if I want to believe the guy who just got rid of his 500 PF.
Good choice.
But back to that Z7 now. So
Now
what
you're
else you
making
guys
me
think will come
sad.
with it?
I want to make you as sad as me. That's my
Exactly.
Oh boy.
goal. So, Ring, you were saying something about the Z7 III?
Yeah, because we started on the topic of what do we think it will get, because since
Yeah,
we have now.
Yeah.
And I want to hear somebody else's points, some of the other guys in the
Yeah,
chat.
use for urban landscape.
I don't think it's going to have the same IBIS as the ZF because the ZF
No.
IBIS doesn't lock, so it's going to have to be more durable than that.
I don't know the mechanics in it, but maybe there's something in it they could do where it's slightly different, where they can set it up where it does lock. Because we were talking, a lot of these things are some of the hardware are used across different cameras. So who knows? Maybe they just didn't want it to do in that one, and for space or whatever.
I'm sure it's a
reason.
space issue, yeah.
Yeah.
But Wayne and Tim, see, I mean, with the new Type B protocols, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that they have, with the camera have more memory, but also faster writing speed. That tells you that they probably can rely more on the writing speed on these new cameras with a new type of format. So they probably can go even faster frame per second, and also the less of with the same buffer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I don't
agree
think
with
A bigger
for the
buffer
cards
is
that we
cheaper
have
than
right now. Go ahead, Roy.
a big buffer's much cheaper.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's more software. But I'm thinking that for even the 4.0 specifications, that's double the speed. But for what we're shooting right now, the cards are not taking the full capacity full use of the capacity of what the cards can run. So the camera is taking full use of the capacity of the card. So while you can get more speed, the downside of that is it's going to generate more heat.
Exactly.
So I think the people that take advantage of it first are the people doing video with like red cameras and cameras along those lines that are constant, like 12-bit files, 8K, 12K images that can utilize that at a steady rate. For what we're doing in our cameras, for mainly photos, 4K videos for most of us, even at 8K, you can still handle it. But, I tried my Zenith with a 1 terabyte card and it recorded for like 20 minutes before it shut down. The Z9 can go a bit longer, but it's not going to go incredibly long because it doesn't have a fan inside of it. So there is a trade-off as far as the speed versus the heat side of things. And if you're not taking advantage of that, because Nikon right now isn't putting a fan in their camera. So if you're not cooling it externally and you get a faster card in it, you're running the issue of the camera's going to shut down.
But let me just make a point here, because obviously this issue of frame per second. I mean, if you're using auto capture like I do, correct, or you are in a scene with a tripod with a small bird coming out of a nest at 20 frames per second, that bird crosses that frame. You get only 2 or 3 images, correct? Things move fast. If you are not following the action, things move fast out of the frame with a telephoto. So there is advantages to larger frame per second, provided it's shooting raw, correct?
Well, are you shooting raw at 30 plus frames per second?
At
Or are you
20.
shooting JPEG?
No,
You shoot 20.
at
20.
20 raw. But it takes Wayne, you are waiting for a bird to come out of a nest, correct?
Mhm.
With either the 600 or the 800, it only took it only 3 photos before it gets out completely.
Out of the range of the angle of view of the lens. It's gone.
Exactly. So 30 frames per second has some advantages. I'm not sure that I think it's more likely that we see more frames per second than high megapixels. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, too, the pre-capture stuff only works with JPEG files.
Right.
No, the pre-capture, yes.
The pre-capture only works with JPEG files. On the ZF, it only works if you're in what they call the C30 mode, which is 30 frames a second JPEG, and that's the only mode that you can use for pre-capture on the ZF, because the Z9 does 30 frames a second, 30, 60, 120.
Mhm.
And all that you could use the pre-capture, but on the
That's
Olymp-
JPEG.
and they're all JPEG. On the Olympus cameras, they can do they could do RAW, but then you got to remember those are micro Four Thirds sensors.
Exactly.
You're not pushing the same amount of data. So you say, everybody says, well, Olympus could do it. Well, Olympus, you're not
Different
comparing apples to apples. There's a reason why they can do it.
but I think I will talking about pre-capture. I misspoke. I was saying auto capture.
Yeah,
you can do it
20
frames per second, no problem. Pre-capture only JPEG, and actually that is one of the biggest requests that Nikon has. Even Rishi has acknowledged that a lot of the wildlife people want pre-capture either lower frame per second or high efficiency RAW. We will take it, right? Because obviously people like to edit the photos, correct? So pre-capture, yes. Unfortunately, that's a limiting factor. Actually, I hope that firmware comes before Q1 next year, correct?
The kind of getting back to what Wayne asking about what might a Z7 III have, and of course a lot of people's going to say, well, that's going to be your landscape camera, that's going to be your slower frames per second, because you're not going to need to shoot 20 frames per second, doing landscape and stuff like that, or studio work, and then you can get argumentative very quickly, whether I think most of us feel that if you're in that 45 to 50 megapixel range for a sensor, that's kind of where you want to stay in that range. Although people are going to push and say, well, go get the 61 megapixel sensor that Sony's using and put it in. And, you got your diffraction issues and stuff like that. And so, I mean, I think they will bump up the resolution. I'm hoping that they don't just follow the crowd and do a 61. I mean, if they did
50 is about the limit for practical use.
Do a 50. You could say you did it a little better. You don't need the same frames per second, but give us a new sensor. Give people a new sensor with better dynamic range and lower noise. Okay, make the camera stand out as an optimum camera for portraits, landscape, studio work, high resolution, low noise, high dynamic range. Win your audience that way. Now, whether they'll do that or not, who knows? But that's what I would like to see. Not that I would buy it anyway, but that's what I'd like to see.
I had the 2, but I got rid of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going into the megapixel chase and wanting to go higher and higher, but I don't think you have to go as high as 30-something megapixels. You can do 6K right around 26 megapixels. I'm saying 6K for the Z6 III.
Once you go over 45, 50, you should go medium format anyway.
if you want to go in that range, right? Because it's going to be better quality at that point. But as far as price points for Nikon and putting it in on their cameras, that's probably one of the reasons why they're kind of keeping things the way it is. It's not that they can't, but is there a market for it, and how many people are going to buy it, and for at what price?
No,
That is it. So I'm saying the medium format.
Yeah, I don't think the market's huge, and then the thing is, you got two well-established brands doing
Fuji.
very good medium
Plus
format
Fuji.
camera,
And
right?
Fuji.
Yeah, Fuji and Fuji, Hasselblad. Do you want to jump into that fray?
well, so the C6 III, correct?
That one.
That is easy to envisage what they come, and because it will have a different, it still have its own niche. But this C7 III, if it's not high megapixel, what is the difference between that and a C8?
Right. If they don't do something unique with it, I wouldn't even bother making it.
It's going to be a very hard choice for them.
Yeah. I mean, we assume they're going to come out with a pair of cameras, and we could be totally wrong.
True. I mean, because we're assuming it's going to be like the same Z6, Z7, where you have both of them coming at the same time.
Right.
I just wish we knew what the specs were going to be so we could decide about things like the ZF.
Yeah, well, I think that's the tricky thing is like, I mean, the higher megapixel sensor and that would hopefully be going into the Z7 III would be great, but it's a much smaller market, I would say, for that camera than what the Z6 III should be filling, right? I mean, Z6 III, you're getting the large prosumer base, people that are using hybrid for a lot of their workflow, right? People that are going to probably be buying the Z7 III, it's going to be more professional photographers, portraiture, landscape,
Studio
wildlife. Yeah, which is awesome. But I mean, in terms of like Nikon getting more market share back from Canon, it's got to be the Z6 III over the Z7 III, at least in my mind.
But Joey, we don't know for sure, but agreeing with you that even if you look at the Z6 and Z7 originally, or the Z6, Z7 number 2, those probably, in terms of numbers of camera, they probably sold more C6 than C7s. So I anticipate and agreeing with you here that the trend will be the same.
For sure. And actually, I'm thinking in my heart of hearts, I might get rid of my Z6 because ever since the ZF came out, the Z7 II used prices for bodies has just been plummeting. So I'm kind of toying with the idea of selling my Z6 and putting in like $400 or $500 and getting a used Z7 II just to get a little better autofocus and get the extra megapixels just for fun.
I'm thinking about getting mine IR converted.
But Joe, do you need extra megapixels? Or because I mean, you do video, but you do photo also?
Yeah, so I mean, I do photo and video, so I'm kind of thinking more for the portrait side. I'd get the Z7 II, and then that would become my new stills camera. And then eventually, when money rains from the heavens and I've got money for a new system, I would either pick up a Z6 III when it comes out, or I would pick up a S5 Mark II X and use that instead. I mean, honestly, it's a great camera. I mean, ideally, like if there was a Metabones autofocus adapter to go from FX to L mount, I would sell my Z6 and buy the S5 2X because like it's got literally everything I need in my next like professional camera for like hybrid work, right? My biggest thing with L mount, I mean, the lenses aren't great, but the bodies are just such a good value, and you're getting that open gate recording, so you don't have to, navigate the portrait vertical conundrum that I always find I'm messing around with when I'm on a shoot because it's so frustrating versus having an open gate and then optimize it.
And how many lenses would you need to start with that? Because I think I mentioned to the last time, why not go ahead for it? I mean, I went with a Sony because I needed the video that was better, had better stability. How many Z mount lenses do you have right now, and what would be the loss if you decided to go? Okay, none.
I have zero Z mount lenses. I'm all FX mounted on the FTZ2.
So, isn't there an adapter for the Panasonic? to go to?
I haven't been able to
F-mount?
find one that's autofocus. I mean, if you just want to shoot manual, then there is, but I haven't been able to find an autofocus adapter, which is a bummer because like you can buy a used S5 II right now for like, I don't know, $1,600 USD on eBay on a good day. So like that's really good value considering you're getting like phase detect and you're also getting the 6K output and open gate. It's
Oh.
And any with a kit lens?
not with a kit lens.
I mean, the only thing with their phase detect system is it's new to them, and I don't think it's at the same level as the other brands with their phase detect. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they were out. They didn't have that for so long, and then finally, they were getting browbeat by everybody that they needed to have it, and they finally did it, and they're probably a couple iterations away from having it be as good as the Nikon or the Canon, I would say, so it's a lot better than it was, but I would just do a lot of homework on where their phase detect compares to the other brands, because I think it's probably lagging behind a little bit.
I mean, the presentation video when the camera launched had some really good autofocus, and just a couple of days ago, I saw that they have a new firmware release that's supposed to make it even better. So while we know about the early days when the cameras come out, because we're not really following all the stuff, we don't own it, we don't pay attention to firmware updates and what the changes are. But that kind of caught my eye when I saw that, and saying I saw what the footage was when it was released, and like that was pretty good. And just like Nikon with the Z9, they keep tweaking it and making it better. So we may be not realizing that this camera has improved more than when it first came out. Yeah. And it's probably better. And I'm gonna say this for Joe because he's been looking for something for a while. And if you find something, you're the kind of person who's not thinking about, let me buy the next thing. You want something that's gonna work for you and stay for the long term. And while you're in a Nikon camp, we're not all Nikon camp here. So whatever works best for you, and if you can get it to do that, check it out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and I think to your point, Wayne, that's the big thing for me is like I want the next camera I buy that's my hybrid all day shooting camera to last me a good few years, right? So I mean, I'm not asking for 6K because I'm going to be publishing YouTube videos in 6K, right? It's more so once 4K is the new 1080 and 6K kind of becomes the next frontier, I've got a camera that can do that. And more importantly, when I'm shooting, if I shoot in 6K, I can edit on a 4K timeline and crop in a bit, right? Like you just get a lot more flexibility with how you can edit and how you can blow things up. So, it's like part of me is like, just do the Z7 II, sell my Z6 and see what happens. But the other part of me is like, man, like that's not really going to do anything. And then I'll just end up spending more money on a video camera when I want to get a video camera. So I'll probably end up just keeping my Z6 and holding on for either a Z6 III. But honestly, I'd say like by this time next year, if the Z6 III hasn't come out, I will probably sell my Z6, sell my F-mount glass, and move over 100% over to L mount. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and I say, looking at the image from the ZF, showing that there's a curveball at you, it's really good. And even though those of us who want a camera for a long period of time, we're like, we want 6K, 8K, we're not really recording that much at those levels. You may utilize that for B-roll or something along those lines. But the ZF and Z6 already record oversampled 6K. So you could get one of those as well, or you could go along the line with that 6K from Panasonic, Fuji, whoever has it, and be happy along those lines. It's a matter of it's just exploring the things that are out there, cost-wise, what works, and if you decide that you're going to go back to Z mount, what's going to be the better option overall.
For sure. Well, the ZF, it looks killer. Like I've seen a lot of the video footage coming out of it, and it looks great, right?
Stop saying that. I don't want to buy one. I'm trying not to.
Roy, this is the channel where no is not an option. You must
get a tenner either.
See, my weight loss program is I empty my wallet and I can say I lost weight. That's kind of what it is,
Can't afford to eat. But
the
the,
ZF, by video I did on the ZF with my wife filming me, she was struggling with the Z8, utilizing that. This last video I did about the ZF at the show, she picked it up, she liked the weight of it, and just because of that, I was like, maybe I
that's
should
what
get
it
it
should
because
be.
yeah, if she's filming me with that, it'd be better. But then she reminds me that also the FX30 is lighter. But I'm like, in my mind, this would be a good travel camera. It's a little bit less as far as, let me turn the camera back on. As far as workflow, if I'm using Z8 and ZF at the same time, because the image quality is basically the same thing. When I use the FX30, there's some slight differences, and depending on how you edit in the timeline, you have to be more tweak. That last video also had footage from the the FX30, because the first day when I was out there, I recorded with the FX30. Then I brought the ZF out, and then last I brought both cameras to film footage of the event. You probably didn't notice too much difference in the footage because I did some color correcting to kind of make a match, but that's extra work. So anything that can make your workflow a bit quicker and easier, both Z cameras would be the way to go, because even if I don't record log, the footage out of it is pretty darn good.
That makes
So-
sense.
Yeah, and the thing that people have to keep in mind too, because it's easy to get caught up in the specs and say, "Oh, 8K is great, 8K is great, let's do 8K." One, how many people have an 8K TV in their house? Pretty much
Who
no,
can tell the difference if they did?
pretty much no one. And
Mhm.
and then the thing is too is that the more resolution you're getting, the higher level of software you need, and the more powerful computer that you need, and you have all these incidental costs that add up very, very fast. I mean, if you have to buy a whole new computer because now you've decided you want to shoot 8K,
Well,
and you got to buy the high end software package, I hope you're making money with it, because that part of it doesn't get discussed a lot. We discuss the numbers, we discuss the thing
Mhm.
with the camera, and we don't look at the big picture and say, how does this affect you overall with your budget? Because it's not just about the camera anymore. When you start doing that, it turns into
but
what's your computer, what's your software, how good is your internet?
well, this is a question here to Wayne. Wayne, you because of the way you are traveling, you are not going to have an AP Studio desktop with you. You travel with a laptop, correct? So you have to do all your. So, what kind of laptop do you use? You use a PC or you use a Apple M1, M2 chip? What do you use?
I have the M1 Max with a 24 core processor. I went middle ground because I didn't think the extra cost for the 32 core was worth it at the time.
And that
And
worked, correct, for you?
oh yeah, it's worked. And I never had an 8K stuff to test it with until I had the A7R5, and I did some 8K footage with that one, and it worked well.
Okay.
Using the Z8, it was the first time I was able to test RAW on it, and it also worked fine as well. The only time I would say that I would have any issues is if I'm recording at a low level and I do noise correction on it, then you would hear the fan running. It would speed up to take care of that stuff. But other than that, it's not a major issue. I watched the presentation on this thing when it came out, and it could do 8K streams up to, I think, 8 screens or whatever. And I was like, I think that's good enough for me for a couple of years. And now that I have a camera that can do 8K, I have no worries if I have to shoot something along those levels. And again, since it's not professional work, I will shoot some stuff that's at 8K and it intersperses with my videos. You guys probably won't know this difference because it's in a 4K timeline. But you may say, oh, this thing looks maybe a little bit crispier than, the rest of the footage. But in most cases, people don't really realize it. And that's why I was saying to my wife, most of the stuff that I'm recording is 4K. So if we did get the ZF, it would be what we would use if we travel out someplace and go on the street and we don't want to carry the heavy bag full of lenses. We can use that with a smaller lens and we can record stuff. She can record me when I'm out there, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, you'd like the ZF, you really would, and it's the price point is really nice for that camera.
Yeah, and for your starting part, Joe, you already have some f-mount lens that can go on there, and you won't be starting from scratch, so to speak. You can keep along with that line, and now you have a camera with better IBIS for video and vlogging if you want to do that. And as far as image quality, now you have 10-bit internally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you guys make good points,
and you can use N-Log internally on it too.
Yes,
if you want to. So that's a plus. And now the 4K 60 is cropped. You know, if you use 4K 60, it's cropped. But so are many of the other brands as well.
Yeah. And it's not that major thing when people talk about the crop thing and how big it is. It's like, just get a wide angle lens and you can handle most of that. The one thing I turn on, and when I'm taking, you can see, hopefully you can see it, there's an extra line that goes around the screen area. That's like a 90% area to kind of tell. Can you guys see it?
Wait a minute. Let me drag you over to the bigger screen here. Okay.
So there's a white
the white line.
Okay. Yeah. So that allows you to put the camera like at a 90% setting. So usually your camera is cropping in when you're doing stabilization. The camera crops in a little bit, right? So typically what I'm trying to do when I'm recording is try to keep that in there or a little bit lower. So you use that as your framing, and the FX30 can go to 80%. So if you record and you keep it inside that lines at the full frame, you have the option to say, I'm working with a DX lens right now. If I keep it within this area, it'll work fine. And for most of your workflow, if you got like a 14-30 and you're shooting somebody running along or doing something, you need to slow motion, 120, whatever, that mild crop is not going to kill you as long as you plan for it. Yeah. But I think, with most people, they just spill out things, influencers, they like this or they like this, but you're not thinking that other people's pocket and price point when they want to buy gear. It's still workable for you to use, rather than say, let me go buy a more expensive camera that gives me full frame 4K 60 or 120 if not everybody can afford that.
Hey, Gustavo, stop shooting fireworks because you sold the 500 PF. Cut it out. But Joe, the ZF you'd like too, because it's you can the video is really good, and you got great IBIS with that camera as well. You got really good image stabilization with that camera, and you got the flippy screen, that everybody wants, fully articulated screen. So you have the fully articulated screen, so you can look at yourself and do Hollywood, wave to everybody while you're doing your video. So I mean, and like I said, it's the thing too is, I mean, I have the 40 millimeter f2, and I know Tim has Tim. Is it a 28 millimeter or the 20, or is it 26?
When I had the SC lens, the special edition lens.
Yeah, what?
28.
Yeah, and how much did that cost?
I don't remember, like $350 maybe.
Yeah, less than $400, right? So you got a 40 millimeter f2, you got a 28 millimeter lens, you got some nice small compact lenses that don't break the bank, that are pretty decent, that you could put on that camera and keep it very, very light. Food for thought. And if you buy one through my channel, you get 5% off. Where's the liar thing has to show up? Liar, pants on fire.
We need to do this. I don't know what happened now. We're just messing up with Kevin here with the fireworks.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna drop here on my end, but it was great seeing y'all.
Always a pleasure, Joe.
Stay out of trouble,
photos, Joe. Send some photos.
Try not to crash your drone into any skyscrapers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. But great seeing you guys. And Jeff, is this the last one for a couple of weeks? I can't
No,
remember.
we got next week, since you weren't here early, when we throw this back up, give me a second, don't leave yet. Boom. Okay, next week is going to be the photo review instead of November 4th when I'm not here. The 4th and the 11th, there's no show. So we pulled the photo show to October 28th, which is next Saturday. So if you got some images, send me some images, man. I only got
Sounds
15.
good.
I've only got 15 shots so far. I want to have at least 35 to 55. So I need
Got it.
I need people to send in some pictures.
I will rent a Fuji GFX and send you 55 raw photos from it.
Whatever. I'm game. I'm game. I don't have a life. My wife says I'm in front of the computer so much she doesn't even know I'm in the house anymore.
Oh.
All right. Well, hey, guys, have a great night. And thanks for having me. It's great seeing y'all.
Take care.
All right, Joe.
Have a good one.
Thanks, everyone.
I'm
Bye-bye.
going to have to run as well, so I just realized the time. Almost midday, we need to make a run out. So I'm going to say bye to everyone. Thanks for having me again.
Oh, thanks a lot, Wayne. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right. Have a good one.
All right.
See you, Wayne.
later. Okay.
Take care. So we're down to 4 of us, and I think I can
22 watching though.
no, yeah, I can make you guys a little bigger.
I'm big enough.
We got 21. We lost one now. We got 21. We're down to 21. Where are all our European friends that get up really early to drink a spot of tea? They need to come visit us at 5 a.m. British time.
I used to do that for Chuck.
Yeah, well, see, I'm no Chuck, I mean, Chuck can up Chuck. I can't up Chuck. But so Gustavo, now that you have bankrolled Nikon for another month, helped their payroll out for another month, do you have another Nikon lens want in the back of your mind that you're trying to resist?
No, that 20 millimeters for sure. If I let's see what happened on the if I start doing some astrophotography, if I go visit Dave in Canada, which there is a chance, then I would take that one. Yeah. I got some learning curve here to go tomorrow, which is different. I'm going to try next week to do some, since I'm going to be doing some landscape, to see how I work with the PC corrected lenses. So I tell you next week. I was wondering, but so tomorrow I'm going to do some practice, and next week I'm going to take it in action, because before next week is the week that I'm going to try to get some of the colors here before they go.
Kevin, if I did this, I guarantee you it would be my last live stream ever, because my wife would be digging in the hole in the backyard. If I hit hour 6, I'd start hearing the shovel getting busy in the backyard. And then she'd say, "Honey, I have a present for you."
Yeah, I think I'm getting the same looks.
Like Chuck. Wait until your wife had a business trip or something.
Oh yeah. That Chuck did that because his wife was on her had to go to North Carolina for her job for a while, and Chuck was just lonely, man. He needed us, so he just let it keep going and going and going, and it's like, he wasn't going to get any grief.
Exactly.
The only thing that could give him grief is his big cat.
Exactly.
His cat.
Cats are really.
If you get Peter Gregg in here, we're going till Christmas.
Yeah. I've been taking care of my my old neighbor's cat. He's in visiting family right now, and he has the cat groomed so it looks like a lion. You know, I mean, the cat is so skinny. I mean, the body can't be any more than this. The body is so skinny, and then the head is very fluffy, and then you got the little bob at the end of the tail, and it looks just like a smaller version of the lion from the Lion King or something. It's very funny looking.
Wow. So how's Patches doing with the cat?
Well, no, I'm taking care of it at his house. So I drive to his house
Okay.
and I feed I make sure there's enough food and water, and I clean up any accidents or whatever. The cat's very old now, so the cat unfortunately is kind of causing a little bit of grief in terms of bathroom issues, but
I know it feels.
Yeah.
So how come you haven't taken any lion photos of this miniature lion?
No, I should. I could bring the ZF and take some miniature lion pictures. It is funny looking, though. It really is. So, Tim, what about what's on your plate? You got anything that you're looking to add to the camera bag?
Not anytime soon. Not that I can think of. I just got that 180 to 600. That'll probably do it for this year. Got Christmas coming up. A lot of people to buy presents for. Can't think about myself.
Stuff the people buy more gear.
Yeah.
Gotta get your priorities right.
Oh, you just turn into Scrooge and you say, forget everybody else, and you take care of yourself. Now Gustavo can't do it because he looks too much like Santa Claus, so he can't get away with that.
Hey, Santa Claus is better than NPS.
NPS has got more fun though.
That too.
What's the Roy? Do you find that where you are that some of these new lens releases that you guys get them before they're in the U.S. or after?
Yeah. Usually there's no delay at all.
Get them right away.
There's a little delay, probably a week or two on the ZF if I want one. But if I say order a planner on Friday, which kind of happens, I'll get it Monday.
Oh, wow.
No, Australia seems to be very well connected in terms of the number of shipments that go to Australia between Japan and Australia, as well as the demand in Australia not being so big as trying to fulfill order for the whole of Europe or trying to fulfill order for the whole of North America.
Now is the exchange rate favorable for Nikon to sell more stuff in Australia? Do they make more money on their products when they sell it in Australia?
I think they make about the same, but the Australian dollar's worth about 60 cents per dollar compared to a US. But that's where it is.
Thank you, Jim.
Some things are very cheap here. Some things are very expensive. Houses are very expensive.
There was Roy, there was a very interesting documentary here on PBS, which is a public television, of a guy that basically take photos and deal with the platypus in Hobart, Australia. So that was a very nice documentary.
Cute little animals. They lay eggs. They're mammals that lay eggs, monotrams.
Exactly. But the whole documentary, I'm sure that they will broadcast it in Australia, was the guy was a photographer as well, but the whole thing it was trying to, preserve the apparently, upriver from Hobart.
They're very shy animals, and some of the places that used to keep them, they'd die off, and they just go get more from the wild.
Exactly.
It wasn't very good. They're too shy.
Very nice documentaries. If you can watch it online, that would be nice.
Got some lovely animals here.
No, you got
Well, I
to
moved here. I wasn't born here, but that's where I'm going to spend the rest of my life, I think.
Yes.
Well, you were in England, right? Weren't you for a while?
England and some of Asia, and ended up here though.
Now, I had my cousin who doesn't live anywhere near me. He's older than I am. I haven't seen him in a long time. At one time, he lived in Australia, and then he also, for a brief period of time, lived in New Zealand. So, what is the difference in the topography between Australia and New Zealand? Are they similar or totally different?
Parts are similar. Australia is, like I said, very flat, mostly desert, a few small hills. New Zealand's very cold and hilly and green, and
I mean, I
lots
know
of sheep.
the sheep outnumber the humans probably
They do.
1,000 to 1.
Jeff, big time different because Australia is an old continent. There is no tectonic margins around it, so that's why it's so flat. But New Zealand is actually very active. That's why they have volcanoes and earthquake.
Yeah, they're
So
on the rim.
the Southern Alps, correct, which is the southern islands of the New Zealand, is topographically very young and extremely spectacular. Correct. That's why they shoot all these, movies there. New Zealand is, I mean, Australia, New Zealand, fantastic destination. But for you, Roy, you have been in New Zealand? I mean, it's still a long flight.
I've never been to New Zealand. I've always wanted to go, but
it's still a long flight, correct? So probably
it's only
how
a short
long?
flight, yeah.
5 hours so far?
Yeah, a couple of hours, I think.
Exactly.
Australia's big and quite nice to visit, though. So I've always wanted to go right around Australia, but I never got around to it.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Kevin is talking about Hawaii. That's actually the way to go to Australia. Is to spend some time in Hawaii and then continue to Australia.
Well, one place, Kevin, is that has a lot of waterfalls is Iceland. They got a lot of waterfalls.
That's actually one place that I want to go next year. It's reasonably priced. It's not that expensive from the US, not that far, and certainly it has a lot of potential. So that's in my bucket list for sure.
I used to love to travel, but I can't do it much anymore. I've visited quite a few countries. Egypt was nice.
Yeah.
I'd love to go there.
Yeah,
Japan.
the thing is, would you feel safe to go back there?
Oof.
I mean, at this time, like I said, there's that people that maybe traveled somewhere 30 years ago that would not want to go there now because it's just too much unrest and problems and stuff and not safe anymore,
I'll just take this lens with me.
I want you to leave me that in your will, Roy, because I get such a kick out of that one.
I did too.
Oh God!
They don't make them like that anymore, do they?
Well, if I had that down south, I'd fit right in. Nobody would even say boo if I had that. They wouldn't question it or anything. They'd give me high fives. They'd say, "Oh yeah, that's great,"
Interesting enough, Roy, and you probably noticed that, and Jeff, you know that, correct? The other advantage of the smaller lens, like the 500 or the 6 or the new 500, is that they're small. As soon as you take like the 800 and point it to a bird, they know this look like a menacing. They go, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you're aiming a cannon at them.
Exactly. So a compact telephoto also makes sense because the bird doesn't get scared.
I used to have the 800, but it's just too big and heavy, and I just wasn't using it, so I sold it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Randall. Trying to go with that through the airport will be a,
Yeah.
a challenge too.
Mm.
Oh, we
All
got a
my little
frozen.
silica gels are not labelled, so I have to leave them at home.
We got a frozen Jeff again here.
Mm. He's not
You-
smiling this time.
No, sad Jeff is back.
Bad Jeff. Mm.
Hey, Roy, I was thinking about these retro cameras. Remember those stickers in the old lenses? The kind of the seal of control from Nikon,
Yeah,
the gold little
yeah, the
oval.
past things.
Exactly. So I
I still
wonder
get them
whether
on some of my lenses.
they should put some of that in the ZF. If they want to go nostalgic, put that little thing.
Oh,
Internet connection again.
I'm not big on the new retro look, but the ZF looks nice.
No,
If it works well, I'll be interested. But it doesn't work as quickly as the modern cameras. That layout. But I do like buttons as well. I'm very torn. Yeah,
Kevin is asking about the 180 and 600 while we're waiting here for Jeff. It's a great lens, Kevin.
it is. The VR surprises me.
it's a
The
big
VR
lens.
is brilliant on it.
It's a bit on the heavy side.
No, it's.
Well,
I'm used to a 600 f4 over there. That's
I know.
you
but
wouldn't pick that with one
Hey.
hand. Here he is again.
uh,
There you are, Jeff.
Mm.
the internet.
Yeah, and now I don't know what's going on. It's not working right. My mouth.
Dog's chewing on the leads
Oh.
of the computer. He's gone again.
But Kevin, this is the type of lens that will fit very well your style of photography, Kevin.
Mm. The 400 is quite nice too. It's nice and light. 600 should really sell well. That's a brilliant lens.
Are you back on, Jeff? Okay.
I'm not. I got stuff I got buttons that aren't working. I can't see the chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna get out of it again and try to go back in. I don't know what it's doing. It's confused.
Try.
Well,
We keep you honest here and let you know what's
Um,
going on in the chat.
Keep me honest. Don't give anybody my address.
Yeah, exactly, Kevin. That is the equivalent of the 100 to 500. Jim says it's a sad situation.
It's just not working.
Oh, brother.
It's not working right. This is not good. I have no control on the. All right, now it came to life. Okay, now we're back to normal. Let me see if I can move Tim over to the big screen. It's letting me. Okay.
Description,
That's
Tim.
the 1 to 5, and then the 180 to 6.
Oh,
Not that much difference.
No,
A lot of that difference is the lens hood. The lens hood is bigger too. If you take the lens
Yeah.
hood off, it probably wouldn't be that much different.
One
Right.
thing you'll notice is that if the Canon extends, it throws the balance of the tripod off.
yeah.
It's not a big deal, but it does do that. Any lens that extends is hard to balance.
that is true.
I'm gonna make you guys hungry. I'm gonna munch on a little popcorn. My wife got back a little while ago.
Well, you out of
Um,
M&Ms.
She got back popcorn from going to see Jay Leno tonight. So she saw Jay Leno, And I said, my show's more important than Jay Leno's show, so I'm staying home.
You'll have to live that down for a long time.
So she went with our friends and saw Jay Leno, and I'm here with
Us.
with these guys.
You have your no wonder you're sad, Jeff.
So did I make the right decision, everybody?
Probably not.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
You'll know tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So Tim, he's asking about the weight differences.
Oh, then the Nikon's heavier by far.
Okay.
Still not a heavy lens though, either of them.
No, I
No.
wouldn't say it was heavy.
It's lighter. It's lighter than the 2-5 was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you were okay with the F mount 2-5, I think it's almost a pound lighter than the 2-5, if I remember right.
I thought that was a
Look it
light
up right
lens.
now.
Yeah, that was the lens that it was supposed to replace, and they did. They did very well.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just like to have. I'm having restream problems, so I'm having Chuck problems. This is the stuff Chuck would have happen. All of a sudden, the wireless connection died earlier, and then all of a sudden, everything freaked out here, and I couldn't move anybody around or open up the chat. It was always a lot of fun. It's I can say technology is great when it works, and when it doesn't, it's your worst enemy.
Hmm.
Your worst enemy. The Albert, after I get back from Connecticut, we'll have to talk about you doing some kind of pitch that we talked about a few weeks ago. See if you're able to do that. Roy, did you want to talk about the macro stuff you were mentioning to me earlier?
Oh yeah, today I've got a macro shoot to do. It's sub-micro, so it's very small. You start with where's my camera gone? That's a microscope lens, microscope objective, unscrews from there. And I take an RMS adapter, goes in there.
Oh,
If I screw it in properly, it will. Then that goes into a bellows. That's actually a Nikon RMS adapter.
okay.
It goes in the bellows. And that goes on the camera like that. It has to be about 160 from the flange distance. About there. That's come out a bit more.
Wow, that's interesting.
Well, I haven't seen an old style bellows in a long time.
It's either that or I use the stand.
And Roy, that gives you true kind of microscope.
Oh, like a copy. You got a copy stand, huh?
Yeah. I
Exactly.
use a copy stand with it.
Wow, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Man, you're bringing back a lot of memories.
I like copy stands because it makes it nice and stable. It's better than using a tripod.
But you see, Roy, that the interesting with that is that you put it like a proper microscope there, because that works like a microscope. You can
get the same microscope resolution doing that. It is actually a microscope.
beautiful.
Another thing on the bench is I use these a lot. Just a clamp with a little ball head on it.
That's cool.
Just for small stuff. But the bellows with the copy stand and a microscope objectives works well.
So what are you taking pictures of typically with that?
I can't tell you. It's very small though. That's if you want to go tighter than 1-to-1. It's mostly circuit boards and things.
Oh, okay.
Stuff that is flat, correct? Coins and stuff like that.
I may have to photo stack a few of them as well.
So that's why you're going to get out your D850.
That's already on.
That's already on. Okay. Yeah.
Ready to go.
Well, I know you said you like using the focus stack on the D850. I think you've said that before.
Well, if you're using the mirrorless, you can't preview what you're going to do. You really have to be right on the spot to start. You can't do that with the mirrorless. It doesn't give you a preview. Also, for some reason,
with macro.
So Randall's asking you if you do your own processing, film processing.
not for years. I got all the chemicals. I gave away my enlarger recently. I should have kept it. It was a good copy stand. You want a good copy stand, buy an old enlarger. Most of them are dual purpose.
Yeah, it's funny the other day, and someone Kevin's mentioning Bodyscapes. Wait, that's Zach, and speaking of Zach, I know he did a video. He got the Plena lens, which if I was, I would have bet $500 that he was going to get a Plena lens. I had no doubt in my mind that he was going to do that because he's always talking about older lenses with character and whatnot, and obviously that Plena lens has a lot of character to it. So I didn't have a chance to watch his whole video, but he lost me when he started biting the lens and eating it. So I think at that point I said, okay, I'm not sure what he's doing here.
I like 135. It's a good focal length.
It'd be like Ricardo Montalban biting Chrysler LeBaron and saying, yes, it definitely is rich Corinthian leather. I used to love his accent, when he did the Chrysler Cordova, rich Corinthian leather, he used to say, rich Corinthian leather. It's going to be kind of fun next year is to see, since there is no lens map anymore, what Nikon does throw out at us during the year, because you're just going to basically hear about it when they're ready to throw it at you. So
it's a 35-1.2. That's for all the street photographers.
Yeah,
I'm not really interested in that lens as much.
Yeah.
This 10-20 from Canon's upset me because Nikon hasn't got one.
Well, that's the way it used to be, correct? They don't tell you, and then suddenly a new version of that lens or the other lens. But they will keep producing the same. I mean, that long-term trend of producing 6 to 7 lenses per year. That's what they even forecast that they're going to continue over the coming years. So that's what we should expect: 6 to 7 lenses per year.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting if I think they've had some interviews with the higher ups at Nikon, and they've somewhat insinuated anyway that they are looking into the possibility of a cinema lens line. So I mean, we'll see if they go in that direction, but I mean, the focus breathing is minimized so much on the Z lenses anyway. I don't really know what more, what would be different if you want to call it a cinema lens. What actually is going to be different about it?
You might as well get a full cinema camera. To go beyond the Z lenses, you might as well go to a full cinema camera.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth the trouble.
So Kevin is making a comment here that since we're expecting new releases for the R5 and the R1 and the Alpha one on Sunday.
Yeah, one should be interesting.
That will, and they should leapfrog. I agree, they should leapfrog. Then that will tell us something about what is the next iteration of technology, correct?
Well, I think wasn't Sony talking about in November coming out with a new version of the A9. I think that was in the A9 III or A9. I don't know if it's an A9 II or
That's an interesting camera too.
But that might be something, because I think Sony Alpha Rumors was saying that it was going to be the fastest. I don't know if it was the fastest frame rate camera made or something. But like I said, everybody's got to find their gimmick, right? Everybody's got to have their marketing hat on. And speaking of frames per second, no one, and I do mean no one, accurately depicted what the real frame rate is of the ZF. None of the videos that anybody did was anybody that no one was accurate with what the frame rate was. If you go in and you look at the reference guide, and it'll be in my video. If you another thing that affects the frame rate is if you put the camera in silent mode so that it's not as loud when you're doing 8 frames a second or whatever you're doing, that slows it down slightly. That has an effect on the frame rate when you want to put it in silent mode. But if I remember right, and I'm doing this by memory, so I might be wrong, so don't shoot the messenger. I think the frame rate speed is in
Oops, forgot to turn the camera off.
In your low frame per second setting. You can adjust it from 1 to 7 frames per second, and I believe that's for RAW and JPEG. Then if you go to a high frame per second, it's like 8.2 frames per second RAW, and it's a higher frame per second for JPEG. And then if you do this extended high frame rate, it's like 14 frames per second RAW, and a little bit higher for JPEG. And then you have that C30 mode, which is strictly JPEG, 30 frames a second. So
Jeff,
no one out there accurately stated what it really was, and Nikon did not reveal it either. And that's the stuff that
matters.
That pisses me off. You have Nikon reps that are promoting a new product, and they do not give you the exact, they'll say, oh, it does 14 frames a second. Okay. But then they don't say, is that RAW? Is that JPEG? They just go, oh, yeah, it'll do 14 frames a second. Oh, really? Okay. Does it? Or they say, well, it does 30 frames a second. Okay. Well, but it's 30 frames per second JPEG. They leave out convenient and important bits of information almost intentionally when they're marketing the products, when they're talking about the products in the videos, and it just totally irritates me.
Well, I don't think it's intentionally when it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a good feature, and so it cannot be intentionally. It's just that they may not know. So let me ask you a question here, Jeff. So you're talking about, does it have an electronic mode?
You could. I have mine set for automatically. It'll automatically switch from the mechanical shutter to the electronic shutter.
Okay.
In auto mode, or you can set it for electronic shutter.
See, I never see anybody talking about that.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that, and I'm gonna just confirm. I'm looking at my notes that I used for my video here.
For your script.
Okay. It is continuous high is 8.2 RAW, 10 frames per second JPEG. High extended is 11 frames per second RAW, and 15 frames per second JPEG. So out there, people were saying it does 14 frames per second RAW. It does not do 14 frames per second RAW. So people were not giving out correct information. And when I start being put my engineer hat on, and I start diving in to the technical documents and reading up on it and everything, it frosts me a little bit, because this is important stuff that for some people would make or break their buying decision on the product, and they don't tell you. And then another thing, and I'm giving away too much of what's going to be in my video. Obviously, I'm talking
teaser.
too much, but you don't have as many, you got a small body. You don't have as many buttons on it as you would a Z8 or a Z9, obviously. So you don't have a large display. You only have that small little display that shows your f-stop setting. So you can't hold a button and turn a wheel and do bracketing. Okay. The camera is capable of doing bracketing, but you have to do it via one of the menus in the camera to turn bracketing on and set the parameters for the bracketing. How many shots are you going to take?
That makes sense.
What's your how many stops difference between each shot? All that kind of stuff. And so that's another example of another feature that if you like to do bracketing, you're going to want to take that snippet from whatever menu it's in and put it in your My Menu function, so you can get to that quicker. So what right now what I have set up is you've got the button on the back here. That's the AEL, AFL, auto exposure lock, auto focus lock. And I changed that so that it is just an autofocus mode, and I have that set up for wide area large, okay, which is how I have my Z9 set up. Then I have my shutter release button for now, which I may change, set for small area wide, not large. And then I have my function button, the one function button that you have set up for 3D tracking. If I decide to use it for birds. So I figure if I'm doing landscape or portraits or street photography, I can get away with the small area function. And if I need to, I could easily switch it to just single point. Not a big deal, And but if I'm doing birds, like I have my Z9 set up, back button autofocus, basically, I got wide area large. I've got, but I have my shutter button set for the 3D tracking mode. Okay. But this one, you have to set it up different. So my 3D is using my ring finger. Okay. To push that button to switch it to 3D tracking. And so I've configured it as close as I can to easily switch genres without too much pain, and unfortunately without having multiple shooting banks where you could have assigned your autofocus mode and your subject detection for each type of thing.
Doesn't it?
You can't do that now. So you have to get creative, and you got to figure out how do I make it work? And I think for the most part you can make it work, but it's a little more inconvenient than I would like it to be. But it really is a. I'm gonna I'll probably go out and shoot with this just in the backyard tomorrow and fool around with it, maybe walk around the neighborhood, and then on Tuesday I am going to put maybe the 1-400 on it, or maybe even maybe I'll start with the 1-4 and do some bird photography with the 1-4, and see how it does, see how well it
Should be a
tracks.
good second camera.
Watch out for that hole your wife started digging in the backyard when you go out there too.
Well, yeah, I think the hope is I fall in it. I'm unconscious and she just covers me up, and nobody knows the difference, and all of us. Well, you'll know if that happened, because all of a sudden you're going to see all my camera equipment go up for sale. Yeah.
But so far you're happy, correct? With the
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm happy.
No sad Jeff with the CF.
No, but I mean, I do point out a few nitpicky things because that's what I have to do. because what is a nitpick for me might not be a nitpick for you. So, I mean, I just consider it like honest reporting, you know, okay, I noticed this, I noticed that, and it wasn't a big enough deal for me not to be happy that I bought it. Okay. But like Roy says, there's always going to be, because
Something.
the way we are, there's no matter what camera comes out, there's no perfect camera, and we're always going to find a handful of things that we wish were different, and you know, an extra button here, an extra button there, or what have you. I mean, that's just the way it is.
So Mr. John Ishii is in the house too.
Yeah. Now speaking of Mr. Ishii,
He's
okay, he's in the Vegetarian Festival. All right. Yeah, guess where you would never find me. If you had
Vegetarian food's great, especially with a bit of steak.
If you had a meat lovers festival, then I would show up. But a vegetarian festival, forget it. Forget it. You know. Now on one of John's videos that he did, and remember he met with some Nikon reps or whatever, and had some conversations, and maybe John, I'm going to put you on the spot. You made a comment that Z6 III not soon, or something to that effect, that you didn't walk away feeling that a Z6 III was anything that was going to happen at any time.
Send him an invite and he can tell us in person.
All righty, John, I will do so. Give me a second. Let me invite guests. I gotta copy them. Copy that. Go to my email.
Be good to hear John's opinion on the ZF, won't it?
Yeah.
and hopefully that John is in Phuket. We don't have another tsunami. So every time he goes to Phuket, there could be some natural disaster. So,
John, I'm sending you an email right now, buddy. You just sent it. Oh, Randall, I'm sorry. You wanted to get a link as well a while back, and I didn't notice it in the email. So if you're still with us, I will
I think he's here.
I will send you a link. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Of course,
Okay.
you probably sent it to me when I was having those computer problems, so I didn't really pick up on it. So I will send you a link as well.
That's your excuse anyway.
Well, I got to come up with something.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dog stood on my bare feet, and that's an excuse. You know, I gotta come up with something. And here we go. We got John in the house. And we'll see if Randall shows up. And
hey, man.
How you doing, John?
Well, the Vegetarian Festival is not like what you think. It is very explosive. It's like being in Gaza.
Oh,
And I'm not lying, because what it is it's a Taoist festival in which the 9 emperors have come out to the human world, and something to the effect that they need to be chase away evil and stuff. So all these believers, that they pierce themselves with knives and you name it, they stick it in their body, right?
wow.
Yeah,
So
it's
they're
crazy.
chasing away vegetables?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
they don't like broccoli. They don't like broccoli.
Who does?
Yeah. So these are for not. Yeah. No, they love vegetables, but they don't like broccoli or Brussels sprouts. But anyway, they're throwing a large amount of explosives in the air, so you got to wear respirators, because the gunpowder is so strong. You start breathing it in, you start choking on it.
Wow.
I'll next week I'll send you some pictures, because it's just bizarre.
There
And
we go.
so
We got Randall here too.
I had to tape up my Z8. You know, you got to put the gaff tape all over it, otherwise the gunpowder gets all over it. You know, and the paper and everything. So you just take gaff tape and just wrap her up. It's insane.
Is it still wrapped up?
You know, it's funny.
Yeah, well, because it goes on for 3 days, Mosman.
Let's see the camera wrapped up.
This Diana. This Diana has it.
Oh, wow. You know, I've never seen that tape in a store, to be honest with you. Of course, we don't have any
Hey.
true photo.
It's hard to get.
stores.
You got to get it in Japan. It's made by Sure Tape.
You see, professional tips. You need to make one of those tip and tribulation with that segment, John. That's fantastic. I never heard about that.
Yeah, it's called SHURTAPE, Sure Tape, and it's designed for. It's like a gaffer tape.
Oh,
And then I put it on my, Z8. See, I covered her all up. And then you got to put just cellophane tape over the dials and the buttons so the stuff doesn't get in. But the explosions, the explosive powder gets everywhere. It's crazy.
wow.
And then you got to wear. Then I wear a hat, and then you got to wear goggles. Then you got to wear a respirator.
Oh, no. Respirator, too?
Yeah, because you're breathing and know that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell it is, gunpowder.
So that looked like one of those baseball celebrations in the locker room that you had to cover everything, correct? Because
So you're focusing with your touch screen then, because you can't put your face through the viewfinder wearing that respirator, can you?
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. So you just use your what do you call your rear screen?
Rear screen, yeah.
Yeah, and the setting I put at 12 frames per second, auto ISO. You want to shoot about 500th of a second, so when the firecracker goes off, you see some spark instead of just having it frozen.
Yeah.
And then of course I use the 1430. It's got to be wide angle all the way because you need to catch the drama. So tomorrow night is the big one. That's really explosive. It's like World War III because they'll take all the firecrackers that they got and just let it off in one night. It's going to be crazy.
so I'm sure that you and Diana are doing good work on that.
Yeah, so Diana, I mean, she's I push her right in there, and she gets right in there, and then, with the explosions and the firecrackers are just flying. I mean, because they're hitting you on the arm, they're hitting you down your back.
So protecting your
all over.
and did you have to protect your ears?
You're not trying to
Oh
like.
yeah, you get the 3M earplugs, and
Exactly.
those things work like a champ.
You're not trying to bump her off, are you?
No, she's pretty gung ho, that's for sure. No guts, no glory, no air.
John's there. Oh, it's safe. Just go ahead. Go ahead. A little further. A little further.
Yeah, a little closer.
Yeah.
You're not close enough. Get that 20 mm, stick it in their face.
Hey, I'm gonna put you on the spot with a comment you made in one of your videos.
Oh yeah. Okay, what did I say?
Where you didn't feel that the Z6 III is something that was going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah. You know why? Because I agree with somebody else who made that statement. I can't remember the name. Just the other day, and I said, I think I got a feeling that this ZF is going to be the ZX3.
Could be.
You know, because you're putting really high tech stuff into this vintage style camera at a reasonable price, right? I mean, this is just my gut feeling.
Yeah.
So you come out with a ZX3, Z6 III, what's it going to do? Same thing?
No.
Yeah, but different body.
I think you could make that a 33 megapixel camera with a with 4K 120 instead of 4K 60. You do 4K 120. You can have different memory cards. You could put in a CFEB and a SD card instead of the micro SD card.
2 USB slots.
You could do things like that.
Yeah, you could. Then what happens is the Z7 III.
Well, that's the real question, I think.
You
That's-
know, it kind of eliminates that position.
I think the harder one to justify is the Z7 III because you have to have a certain degree of separation between that camera and a Z8, and it might be too close to a Z8.
Yeah, you see, exactly. That's
Yeah.
the same feeling I got. You know.
Yeah.
But did you get your ZF, Jeff?
Joy, Jeff.
Look at so. What do you think?
Well, I haven't shot with it much yet. I mean, believe it or not, and you're gonna laugh at me, John. And you can laugh ahead of time if you want. I got it at Wednesday at lunchtime, and I didn't have time to open up the box until Friday at lunchtime. Didn't even open it up for like a day and a half. I programmed
with your nap time.
I got it all programmed. I took my time. I made a lot of notes. I'm going to throw out a video next week about it. But so far I like it. I have taken some pictures with it. I took some 4K 30 video with it. I was very happy with how the video looked. I know Randall. He's got 2 ZFs. I'll drag his picture of his camera.
Wow,
So he's got 2 of them.
Ana plena.
He's been harassing his neighbors, I think, and filming and photographing everything. I don't know if he has any friends anymore, but he has a lot of gear to take pictures of people.
So what do you think of the feel and just the nostalgia of it and just the visceral feeling of the camera?
I got the small grip, which helps quite a bit, and I'm used to the ZFC. All right, so I like it being bigger. I love the picture quality, the 10-bit H.265. I think the video is fantastic. It looks gorgeous. I've been downtown at the Riverwalk, San Antonio, been taking pictures all over the place. I'm picking up this camera every half hour. I want to go out and start shooting with it.
See, exactly. That's the same feeling I got. When it's in your hand, you just get itchy and go, wow, what if I put this AIS lens on there? What if I put this manual lens on there, right?
That's right.
You know, that's what I the best part of it is I just like looking at it and feeling it and just, and putting the old lenses on there.
It feels good in the hand.
Yeah.
It brings back a lot of great memories from when, if you were a film shooter.
Exactly.
It turns into a camera that is one that when you have it in your hand, you just say the word fun pops in your head right away. It's a fun camera and it makes you want to use it. And and you got the flippy
there you go, Jeff.
to make the vloggers happy, and it's really, really nice. The only thing I didn't buy for mine is because I didn't see it at the time. I'm not sure if Randall, maybe is the rear screen on that the same size as the screen on the ZFC?
It's bigger.
Okay, so you have to buy, if I want to get the glass protector, did they come out with one for that camera yet? Like the Velo, how they make the protective glass?
Well, it came with the protector, but I took it off. But that's usually just for shipping.
Right, but I mean, I use
protector like for a cell phone. A lot of people say just don't find the size of the cell phone, and then you just cut the paper and just put it on the LCD screen.
Yeah, I lots of times buy the Velo glass one that you put on. I just don't know if they've come out with one yet for that camera. I'm going to have to look it up at B&H and see if they have it. Oh, we got.
Did you get the small grip? Small rig? Did you get the small rig?
Yeah. Now I'm getting another one, and I also have dummy batteries in there. So I did a test on one brand, the Kimaru, which is good with the Sony, did not work with the ZFs, but the Go9 dummy batteries do work with the ZFs. So I just swapped them out from other cameras, and they're all in dummy batteries now.
Oh. No,
You got like a
that
full
small
camera
grip
setup
is,
of 5?
The small grip is excellent.
Yeah, the small grip. If you put a like I said, when I put a 100 to 400 zoom on this, then I want the grip. If it's anything smaller, I don't need it. But if I put that on, I need it, or I want it. I don't,
The grip is
I think
nice.
coming months, people are going to make bigger grip for this thing.
There's the. I just was going to comment on the lens you were showing there, Randall. You got the Plena lens. Now you got that. Now, when did you order that? How fast did you get that lens?
Okay, so let me just go to one camera. Yeah, that's right here. Okay, this is Z6 II. So I went to the store to get me. Was it the Plena? All right. And then I'm sorry. What was it? I was going to get something. Well, I told you earlier, okay? And then what happened was it said that the ZF wasn't for sale. So I went home, I was rejected or dejected. And then I looked at my email and then B&H, and I had one for Adorama too. B&H told me that they're shipping mine right now. So I canceled the Adorama. And the next week I went because they finally got the Plena in. And I noticed that they had 2 more ZFs with the kit lens, the 24 to 70. All right. So now I can compare this with my 24 to 120, which I'm going to do a video on. But I had the 85 1.2 in my hands. And I was thinking of buying that with the Plena. And then I saw the box of the ZF and it says, "Is it for sale now?" And he says, "Yeah." And I'm saying, well, the 135 looks good enough. I'll take the other ZF. So now I got
So you got the Plena?
Yeah.
Also, Randall?
Yeah. And I'll go to this camera right here. That way you can take a look at it.
So John, that would be one that Diana would like to have the Plena.
135.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the right one.
The way I look at it is you got to have a lens with character to take pictures of a character. You know what I mean?
Well, congratulations, Randall.
Yeah. Hey, John, I love the images on this.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to the Botanical Gardens tomorrow. I'm taking that lens and the 105 macro. So I'm going to have a great time tomorrow. So, Jeff, you're going to get a whole bunch of pictures from me.
Now, are you going to?
I got to put it in a smaller format for you so you can upload it.
Yeah. Are you going to put those lenses and you're going to use it on the new ZF, or are you going to put it on a different body?
On the new ZF.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, I think I'll put them on the fine detail, the heights, not the raw, to make the file size bigger, and then put the smallest file size so it can fit on your website.
Okay.
Because you want that 2048.
Right.
It doesn't go there. So I'm trying to look at the different file sites that I can do so you can share it. But you're going to get about 20 from me. So I'll do some of the Alamo, some of the flowers. I'll get the best pictures for you. And some of the Riverwalk too.
Hey, Randall, why don't you put the ZF, the 135 on the ZF right now? Because you have a free one, right?
Yeah.
Pop it on there so we can see it.
Yeah, I will. I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah. Hey, John, you tried out the 50 1.0 manual on the ZF yet?
Yeah. It works great.
Okay, now I'm going to do this.
The Voigtlander.
Nice.
It works beautifully.
Nope, wrong one. There we go. How's that?
That's good.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
This is a heavy lens. This is a good tripod.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So you see, it's leaning down.
So you
Yeah,
gotta use one of those rock bags that Gustavo uses on his tripods.
Well, so what you do is you put the leg first, right underneath the lens, and then it can handle it. That's the secret. But it's not that heavy. All right. And I was weighing what was it? The 85 1.2 with this lens, and they're about the same, on the weight size. So, yeah, I love it. What would you do with the button? Would you do it like in a crop mode? Like a teleconverter, if you program it?
Oh yeah, you could use the front button. I just changed it on my Z9 actually so that the front function button goes from FX to DX.
See,
Same thing I do with my buttons.
I was thinking that, but when I'm doing video, that's hard to reach. So I was thinking of maybe the shutter button, but then I use that for the autofocus, and then I was thinking the back button. Then it says, well, wait a minute. But only the zoom or the big ones have the buttons on there. The small ones, like the 28, don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to go off to lunch, guys.
All right, John.
I have to meet everybody in the lobby downstairs. But
I like it when you talk about food when it's 12:40 a.m. my time.
Well,
Stay away from those.
2 o'clock in the afternoon with you, John?
It's good to see you, Mark. It's good to see you, Tim.
You too, John.
Almost 1 p.m.
It's been a while, buddy. Waiting for you. That's a good time.
Get rid of those vegetables, and I'll come visit.
Yeah.
Okay. That's for sure. All right, you guys. Take care.
Take care.
See you next week. Bye.
Hey, Randall, why don't you hold it up in front of the Z6 II?
Okay, I will.
camera?
Randall,
Yeah.
you need to mirror image your cameras because we're seeing everything backwards.
Okay, got it. Is that backwards? No, you should. That should be good.
No,
Well, the lettering is backwards
Oh, okay.
on the
I'm seeing
camera.
it on mine. I'll have to do it on here. Okay.
yes, exactly.
Let me get that.
Yeah. I mean, I can read backwards very well. I mean, it's just a personal thing.
Yeah, this camera is good.
There we go. Okay. Here we go. And I'm going to take off this tripod.
Now the grip is on the right side.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that looks better.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, this is a small rig grip.
It works. Yeah. I like
That's a nice grip.
Wow.
Is what you were talking about.
Now, the only thing that I found, I don't know if your finger size is different than mine. The only thing I found is that the front control wheel, the grip, I wish was a little bit lower. It kind of like when I try to adjust the wheel on the front, it's a little bit uncomfortable because of the grip goes so high up on the camera. It's not bad. I mean, I can work around it, but I almost feel like the grip needed to be just like maybe maybe like 1/8 of an inch lower.
Oh, okay. So on the Plana, I got this right here. I got the ring here. This doesn't move. So I guess you hold it right here. So I got one ring there, one there. I got 2 buttons, or they're usually the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whenever you turn it, you just hit the button. So it's only 2 control rings. This one shocked me. I thought it'd be a third one, but it's not moving, and there's no lock on it. So that was interesting. And let's see if I can show you something here real quick. Take this off. All right, I'm going to try to focus it real quick. There we go. And you can see, there we go. Can you see something on the LCD screen? Here, let me.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my glass right there on 2 shelves with LED lighting. And this is 15 feet away. It's excellent. And I've been holding this camera quite a lot. I do have my Peak Design, which I enjoy having all the time. Oh, I got it on my camera bag. But I bought me, what was it, a Think Tank sleep bag. And now I carry the 20 with this so I can put the camera in there. And then I got this lens and the 105 on each side of it. And that's what I'm going to carry in the botanical gardens tomorrow. But yeah, you're going to get some great shots. And it's still, the flowers are still out. They're not withering yet, but it's getting there. Because my crepe myrtles, they lost all the flowers now, and the leaves are starting to turn red. So, I'll put that there.
Yeah, I think the camera is a. I think the camera is a lot of people who were originally critics of the camera and the why now and all that kind of stuff. I think that kind of has gone away because everybody seems to be loving what they did with it, which makes me just kind of smile a little bit,
Well, they're the same people that says, "Oh, Nikon's on the way down," but in their hearts, they really cared about Nikon. They said, "Come on, Nikon, get on the ball. We don't want you to fall, behind." But Nikon has been working, and they're in the black. They're doing all the right moves. Some people are saying, "I wonder if they're going to update their menu now for their lens stuff." So I don't know. It's just a 35.1.2.
Yeah, they said there won't be any more. There won't be any more lens roadmaps anymore. That they're done with that. They said they won't be doing that anymore. So we're just going to have to be surprised when they come out with lenses next year.
Well,
which is okay with me.
And I think that would be a plan also. The 200 millimeter f1.8 maybe, if they can get it at 1.8. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the only other ones, more crop sensor lenses. They came out with the 24 1.7 DX. I love that lens. That's fantastic. And then on my ZFC and the Z30 and my even Z50.
So Randall, since the planar magic comes from the rear element, can you choose the rear element of the planar compared with the rear element of the other Z lenses?
Like the 105?
Yeah, the 105, the 105 will be great because
So the thing is, I think it has more blades than the 105 because the 105 is 2.8.
Yeah.
And the this one I think has 2 more blades.
I don't know.
I think this one has 13 compared to 11.
Here you go. Yeah. That's the special edition lens, right? The 28 millimeter. Yeah.
That's a retro look.
Yeah.
That's the one, Tim, that they need to put that sticker that say pass. Remember that there was in the old lenses.
Yeah, the gold stickers. Yeah.
Exactly.
What was that?
So this is the 40 mil for the Z.
You had that. They had the gold band and the silver band.
Exactly.
Lenses.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So this one is manual. I figured if I was going to go, I wanted manual. This is a 1.2.
Yeah.
So I like this one because I had the old 40, which is smaller, but I have to use an adapter on it to compare in size.
Yeah.
The Z-mount version is definitely taller, but now this one from F2 to F1.2.
Still nice. That's still plenty small.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I thought about the 40 mil that it came with if I was going to get a camera, but I'm like, I'll just go body only and use one of these because usually if I'm going to slow down, I like to just use a manual lens. I would treat that photo side like I did with the ZF. I basically kept a lot of manual lens just to utilize that camera with the dials when I need to.
Okay.
What do you got there now, Randall?
Okay, the 105 and the 135.
Yeah.
They're about the same height, or is the 105 slightly taller?
Okay, if you look at it, it's the hood. But if you look at the lens, they're the same size, only the 135 is wider.
Huh?
Yeah, it's different.
The hood is bigger.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, they're the same size.
And the back element is recessed in the 105, correct, but not in the.
Yes. A little bit more than the 135. The
Okay.
105 is. Yeah. So I think this can take a teleconverter.
No, the
Or
macro
does
can.
it? The 105 doesn't?
No.
No.
Well, okay. I know this one can't, but yeah. But look at it. Let me move it. All right, where is it? Right here. Nope, it's not doing it. I'm wondering if there's a lock on there. I don't see a lock.
You're talking about for the aperture?
Yeah. I was trying to open it up so you can take a
It's going to
look.
work when you're on the camera.
You can't because that's all electronic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. That's you never have. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you could do it for us, that would be a neat trick.
Yeah.
Use a small extension tube, then put the teleconverter on.
Randall, congratulations for sure.
Yes.
Oh.
I hope you'll have a great time with using those two lenses tomorrow with the flowers. The flowers where I am are starting to look a little sad, so it's not.
You're affecting them.
No, Randall, for sure. That is actually one portion of intrigued me about the planner, because remember, the part of the marketing campaign is the fact that this lens is supposed to make very smooth transitions between the focus areas and the non-focus area. While a regular 105, actually, that macro is supposed to make a very sharp transition. So that will be something to look. What kind of transition do you get between the focus and non-focus area, between the 105 and the 135?
Yeah. If you find a group of flowers,
exactly,
focus on the foreground element, blur out all the petals behind it, and it'll probably look gorgeous with the 135.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But I'm planning to get some birds, and because the birds are still around, they haven't gone anywhere else.
You're in San Antonio, brother. So your good weather is coming up for you.
Well, the only one that I don't think loses any animals is Roy in Australia. I think they hang around all season long.
Oh yeah,
year.
We don't get cold climates. They're here all year.
Hey Roy, you'll be happy to hear that that I did run into a couple extremely large alligators in the freshwater pond at the park, and they were about 130 yards away from each other, and they were bellowing quite loudly, basically at each other, and they were really large alligators, and one of them had like, I think it was 5 or 6 baby gators that looked like they were born not this year but last year, because they didn't have any of the orange coloration on the body anymore, but they weren't that big, and so that was fun, and I shot some video of the of the gator lifting its head and bellowing, and that's going to sound
Sounds
good.
good.
I
look forward to it.
That'll be in a future video just for you. The
Thank you.
bellowing gators.
Look at that.
That's what I picked up, the MC10 N10.
Oh yeah.
All right. So that way,
Not
when I
cheap.
do some
Interesting.
great shots with the USB-C, I don't have to hit the shutter button. I'll just use this.
So Randall, now you need one of these panel tripod with a fluid head.
Yeah. Well, I got a Manfrotto one, but it's a cheap one. I'm thinking of getting a better one. Do you have any recommendations on the fluid head?
Jeff has one.
Oh, you got the same one. You got the Manfrotto
608.
608.
Yeah. So I can. Then you have to get the mount or the adapter for the mount to put it on the handle.
Yeah.
All right. So I watched the video after I got it because I was just going to hold it, and I was just thinking of like a velometer. All right. But of course, I do everything on a whim and don't think it through first. But anyway, let's see. Wrong one. Okay, this is Z62. That's okay, I know what's wrong. You know what that is, folks? That's the DF. And I can bring it a little bit closer. Any glass break yet? So, and then let's see, I have I went cheap. I didn't get the 24 to 70 f2.8 or the 70 to 200. I went with the 17 to 28, the 28 to 75, and then the 70 to 180, f2.8, the cheaper one. Not with the VR. Because, and I've been using these lenses on these cameras, and they're great. So I don't see that much shaking. So if you want to save some money, you can go that route. I also got those lenses for travel. I still love the 24 to 120, which I think is the best all-arounder. And I was trying the 14 to 30 and the 24 to the 200, and I don't love those lenses anymore. So
24 to 200 was never a good lens.
Yeah, so I have these three, and then the 24 to 120. I'm pretty happy, and then all my 1.8 primes, including the Plena. So I was looking at the 1.2s, but I said, the 1.8s are good. I'm not a portrait photographer, so I'm more of a landscape, and the f4 would be good, but after using these lenses, I still could use it for landscape, and they're just not weather sealed like the Nikon, the VR ones. So yeah, it's just I'm more of a in the video centric world. So the smaller lenses like the 28, the 40, the 35 millimeter, the 50 millimeter. That's what I usually use. And for street photography, it's the 24 or 28. I've been working with the Sony on the 11 millimeter, and I ordered the 10 to 20, the new one, APS-C lens that are coming out, but I got it for sale off of eBay with $100 off with shipping and stuff. The only thing is they sent it through the U.S. mail, which is a bad thing, and I work for the post office. And the other thing is it has to wait a week in customs before they give it to me. So, are you serious for a lens? Yeah, they put that stuff. Even I know about computers, but lens. They put it in custom salsa. So that was interesting.
Well, if it's going through the postal service, Randall, you realize you may never see it.
Well, yeah, but I do have tracking. So when it does come to my area, I will find it. I know every little inch of that place. Yeah, I work at the main facility.
But thank you for sharing your new collection.
New toys.
And Randall, I think the bag fits very well. Is that that is a
It's a
shoulder
tank
bag or is
It's a tank slink bag.
a sling?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll
So
need a bigger bag soon.
yeah. So it's here. Put it right back here. Just put it on. Very light. It's about 8 pounds with that camera and those 2 lenses.
Okay.
And let's see, I got the tripod, the mount. I got the what is it? The strap and the USB-C in the car. Had it hooked up for earlier vlogging. So, but yeah, let's put it over here.
But
there we go.
So at least you're getting a lot of use out of everything, and I think you're going to really like the separation that you're going to get with that 135 on, especially if you're shooting into a large grouping of flowers. I think you're going to see some really nice.
I used it at the Second Gardens on my video, and then I had some pictures too on another video. So I love it. That's why I want to test it with the 105 macro.
So Randall, you need to have an assignment here to, I know around the San Antonio area, find a very picturesque area where you have some prickle pears in flower. When that's still too early for the prickle pears to flower in your area, probably more in like January, February, and get a nice picture with that. It should be fantastic.
So that's why I'm going to Botanical Gardens. They got a couple of festivals like that. They got the Strawberry Festival down south. There's quite a few around here. They even have a wine festival. So I like going to that too. And then, of course, there's Oktoberfest. But that's going up to Fredericksburg and New Braunfels. But I'm in a great area where I'm located. I can go to all this stuff. It only takes me about 20 minutes to go to different places. Downtown is like 25 minutes. Everywhere else is about 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm right next to a highway. So, and the way I have access is I can either take a loop or a highway, or I can just go down the main street. So there's more than one way of getting to from A to B. And if there's a traffic jam or something, I just avoid it and no problem. Yeah, I'm going to be busy when I'm retired.
So Fel is saying the Plena is great if you're just doing medium shots or head shots.
Yeah.
What I like is the distance. So what was it? One time I had the 105 millimeter on my grandfather's clock on the wall. And I was sitting about 30 feet away in my chair. And with this program I'm using, Ecamm Live, I zoomed in my face, and you could even see the pores in the places where I didn't shave. That's how clear it was. So I was impressed. And that's with the 105. So the 135 is a 1.8 compared to the 2.8. So
Hey, look who we got saying hello. We got Mr. David Stewart.
Bring him in.
David, where are you? What part of the Canadian the state of Canada or the country of Canada, where are you hiding in this weekend? Out in the middle of the boonies or what? Are you in your vehicle right now? I'm sure he's maybe camping this weekend. If you can join us, let me know. I'll send you a link, or I think I did send you a link. I wasn't sure that you were going to be able to come on or not.
No.
And for
Yeah.
He's in
we
BC.
did we did have Chuck in earlier. For those that have you joined us late, Chuck had his daughter visiting last weekend, so he did not come into the chat last Saturday, but he was in the chat for a while tonight. So it
Very
was
active
great.
in the text. So
Yeah,
that was
very
great.
active in the texting or typing. Yeah, see that UFO is trying to get Tim.
Coming to get him.
Got all those little flashing lights, just trying to submit, make him submit. Hit him with all those different colored light beams.
It's trying to make David jealous. Northern Lights are in my room.
Northern.
Much more comfortable in your room, isn't it?
Dear David, this light show is just for you. He says he's in Vancouver, British Columbia. Just finished a photo walk. He was talking to Chuck this week. Yeah, I talked to Chuck and Maribel today briefly. They were driving around in their vehicle, making some stops. Unfortunately, Chuck's voice wasn't loud enough from where he was sitting in the car, relative to the phone. So I could not hear him clearly, but he was trying to have a conversation with me, but I couldn't hear him very well. But he's out and running around, going shopping and going to different stores with the wife. So, and he did, for those who don't know, he did order the 600 f4, and
He's planning ahead.
That he's planning ahead. That was a lens that he said that if they ever came out with one,
He's going to get it.
That he would get it, and he has ordered it. So I don't know if he physically has it yet or not, but I know he ordered it. Yeah, and David's confirming that he ordered it. Yeah. So
should be a good lens.
Yeah, I told him today that when he gets that lens, that we expect him to take some bird photos and send it in for the photo review, and he said that he would. So he may not have it in time for next week's photo review, but hopefully the month after.
The December one.
The December one, yeah. We're doing the October 28th instead of November 4th. So then we go from October 28th, and the next photo review, I believe, will be on December 2nd, if I remember correctly. I believe that's the first Saturday of the month, and December is the 2nd. I will go into the calendar here and double check. Yes, December 2nd is the first Saturday of December. Wow, we're getting close to all the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Yeah, it's time to realize we're going to have a drain on the bank account coming up here.
Hey Tim, I'm looking at your collection of bodies and lenses back there. What kind of cameras are those? All Nikon or mix?
There's a Canon R5 in the back row, but the rest are Nikon. Yeah.
Ah. All Z mount or some F mounts?
There's an F mount there. I think that. Let me see. I don't know what's over here. Yeah, it's a D200. The rest are Z mount.
Oh, okay. Still using the D200.
It's once in a while, not very often.
Yeah, I used to love that camera. I used it when I was doing like the studio stuff. That kind of stayed in the studio because I like the what's it called, CCD lens sensor.
Sensor.
Yeah, I kept that one. That's when I sold everything. I kept that one camera because I just loved how the image looked from that one. But it didn't have the high megapixel like the 300, the 500. So, well, higher megapixel, but the image quality was just really sweet from that.
Yeah, David's saying that Chuck Chuck borders the park, so bird photos should be no problem.
Right in his backyard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Randa, what is your local camera store?
Okay, it's the Camera Exchange Incorporated.
Okay.
So as far as I know, they only have 2 in Texas, one in Austin and one in San Antonio.
Okay.
But they're pretty popular down here. And they usually share the equipment between both cities. So like if they have 2 ZFs, one will go to Austin, one will stay here.
You got to mix the ingredient in the popcorn there.
So Tim, there's a AI Aurora in your background there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to program it in here.
Wow.
No, it's good to have a local camera store, Randall.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're lucky. That's such a rare thing nowadays.
Well, you know, they get it faster than Best Buy. And Best Buy, you know, since we're in the central of the country, the East Coast, West Coast gets everything first, and then we get it about, 6 months, 7 months later. But the camera store is really good, and they've been getting it pretty quickly.
Yeah, but I know they have some issues with Nikon Direct, correct, or Nikon Direct, because it compete with them, correct?
I have no idea. Every time I went there, and they're just a little wait on the new lenses. Like everybody's waiting for the 180 to 600. It hasn't come yet, but they already got so many orders that it's going to be sold immediately. But they got the 400, they got the 600, they got the 100 to 400, and that's why I was talking to Jeff earlier or communicating with him. Which one should I get? And I didn't even think about the 600, but I'm not into birds.
Yeah, if you're not doing birds, if you're doing landscape photography, usually a 70 to 200 is adequate for pulling in something in the background and compressing it, bringing it in close. A 600 would be for landscape would really kind of be my opinion, a waste of money.
Although Jeff, where Randall is in San Antonio, he's very close to a couple of very important stuff for bird photography, correct? He can drive to this Padres Island during the migration. That's one of the best places. That's probably a couple of hours from where you are. And then he can go to the west, to the Rio Grande Valley, correct? Close to Uvalde. That is a magnificent spot for the birds.
Well, our goal on this channel is to convert everybody to
exactly
bird photography. So yeah, I should be telling you, get that 600, Randall, because we want converts. We want to convert you.
Well, so I can go to Big Bend or Uvalde. The only ones I'm seeing is people coming into the country. They're not birds, but yeah, there's quite a few places that I can go to. But Texas is big. It can take like 4 to 6 hours just to get from one place to the other. So, Big Bend is like 6 hours away. Uvalde is about 3 hours away. I can go to Corpus. That's 2.5 hours. You know, but
exactly.
I can go to if I go to near Houston to Galveston, where they have a lot of sanctuaries and stuff. Then it's like an 8 hour.
The one of my favorite place to go in Texas was Aransas, correct? Because
Aransas Pass
and Rockport, because certainly in Rockport you have all the it's one of the very hot spot for the hummingbird migration. Correct? They even have a hummingbird festival. Now I haven't been there since they have that big hurricane.
Right.
But it's a for a couple of weeks, Rockport is one of the best places in the United States to see hummingbirds. if you ever get into that one, I can tell you where to go in Texas.
So, what would you shoot with the Hummingbird? I mean, you would have to have a good shutter speed and stuff.
Oh, I don't know, but I mean the 400 4.5 that Tim has.
Yeah. See, I was thinking of that, the 400, but then it would depend on the zoom. So on the Canon, I had the RF 100 to 400, which I like because I use the zoom all the time.
Yeah,
but I end up always at the 400 millimeter.
Yeah, but the Hummingbirds, certainly in Rockport, correct? They are easy because there are so many. I mean, people wear hats with Hummingbird feeders, and I mean, you can photograph that with your macro lens.
Wow.
So I mean, we talk about thousands and thousands of hummingbirds just stopping there in Rockport.
Talk about bird brains, huh?
Exactly, before migrating across the Gulf of Mexico. So it's a spectacle of nature, Randall.
Okay.
Oh. Well, a person with a hummingbird feeder on their head is a spectacle of nature, I would argue.
Exactly.
And speaking of spectacles, Mr. Robot Bixby, our Bixby, has one of his friends over near the dog dishes again.
Yeah. You see, we have Tim already on the way to be a birder, and we have Roy, certainly is a birder. So, Randall, if you stick too long in this channel here, that's your destiny.
Yes, you will all of a sudden not have any wide angle lenses anymore, and everything will be the 400, the 600,
or above,
the 800.
Well, you know why I picked Nikon? Is because they're cheaper than the other two. Now, Sony had more lenses, but if you look at the prices, Nikon has been kind of undercutting them a little bit.
So, sure.
Yeah,
it's till the end of October on that 400.
And a lot of Sony's lenses were in the beginning where they had no choice, and they were smart about it. What they had to do was, they didn't have any of their own glass in the beginning. So they had everything open to third-party lens manufacturers. So they were able to offer a lot of lenses, even though they weren't necessarily theirs. People were able to get lenses for their camera that would work, and then they gradually built up their own line, and they have a pretty complete line now. So they're the absolute opposite of Canon, who supposedly is going to open up their mount to third-party manufacturers sometime soon. But Sony didn't have an option when they started. I mean, they relied on the third-party guys to allow them to sell cameras. Really, I mean,
and a lot of the lenses were also Zeiss lens.
What's that, Wayne?
There's a lot of the early lenses from Sony were Zeiss lens.
Yeah, and you can't argue with that stuff.
Nope.
Well, what is the favorite? The 56 or 55 millimeter, right?
Which one?
On the Zeiss, the 55 millimeter.
I think there's one.
1.4, I believe.
I know they've made a few lenses over time because they keep changing, like the focus motors and so on. I know they still have a 55 millimeter, and I think it is Zeiss.
Yeah. Everybody liked that lens because they had a little character. It's just like or left mount.
It's not fast for like video from what I've read, but as far as a photo, it's awesome. Yeah. It's like a Nikon Plastic Fantastic.
Yeah. Roy is saying the Zeiss Z F2 is 50 millimeters. And then David Stewart is saying he has to Randall. He still has wide angle glass to balance out his long glass. Wide angle glass that he wants is not available in Z mount. And yeah, that is an area where hopefully Nikon addresses. They need some ultra wide lenses, and they need, like Roy's complaining that Canon's got that 10 to 20 millimeter now, and Nikon needs to respond with something similar. And I tend to agree with that.
Well, Nikon's always been the leader in ultra wides. Canon to beat them at that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Well,
What was that
does
lens?
Nikon have an 8mm or 6mm also? Fisheye.
They're not full
9.
frame though. They're fish eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
What was the lens you were showing us for, Roy?
50mm Zeiss.
For Sony?
No, for Nikon.
For Nikon, okay. Not the Z mount, that's the F mount.
That's F mount.
F mount. Yeah.
I still use them.
Yeah, the Zeiss doesn't seem to be making any Z mount lens. They don't seem to be coming out with any new lens recently.
Yeah,
You see,
I like the
Wayne.
Zeiss lenses.
So, Roy, do you have any Sony? I think you have a lot of stuff, but not any Sony.
I got a couple of Sony.
Okay.
I had a A7 for a while, but it died. But I kept the lenses.
Yeah, you marry the lenses, but
Yeah.
you always change the body.
Roy, Rakesh is asking you if you have the 28
If you're talking about the AIS lens, yes.
PC lens for F mount.
See you somewhere.
See, Roy's like a guy that has a warehouse and he knows exactly where everything is.
So this is
You
the
mean this
24,
one?
Rakesh.
Yeah, see, here you go. There you go, Rakesh.
28 3.5 AIS.
So this is the 24, Rakesh.
Oh wow. 34.
Let me bring that over. That's the 34,
24.
24.
4.
Okay.
I think he meant the shift lens though, didn't he? The 28-35 shift.
That is
lens.
it.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
the
that
shift
was it?
lens.
It was it.
Mine wasn't. Mine was just the AIS.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that one and this one. Actually, those are the ones that I'm shooting next week, correct? So that's the 45.
Okay.
Those are
So let me ask you something here now to get you in some more trouble because I'm
Oh,
good at
no.
getting you in trouble. If Nikon comes out with tilt shift lenses with the Z mount, would you buy them? Or would
probably
you
not.
just use the FTZ adapter and use what you have?
Probably not, because they are going to be manual to begin with.
Yeah.
These are
Exactly.
manual now, I'm happy. I don't use them only regularly. It's only when I go for landscape photography, which
Yeah.
is not all the time, and so that will be with this. But I try it and see how it works with the shiftless lenses. Actually, having a little bit of separation on the Roy maybe remember this, but these shift lift lenses, because they rotate, correct? They rotate in all sort of weird angles. I used to get on my D850. Sometimes my fingers pinch because you start moving them and then suddenly you get pinched. So having a little bit more separation between the flange and the lens, it could be convenient. Okay. They also have this peculiarity here, which is which I don't know how I'm going to work with the C8 and C9. This button here is like your what's it called? The
Depth of field preview button.
depth of field preview, but it's a mechanical one, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm going to see how that works.
Wow.
So these very specialized lens, and these actually have held their value very well, correct?
Yeah.
Because are very special. Now there is on this series when they renew this one, there was a 90mm tilt shift, I believe. That's the one that I don't have, because I use this mostly for landscape.
Yeah,
So,
90 would be too long.
Yeah.
For the most
That's
part.
the 28 3.5 PC lens.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's the older versions, correct, Roy?
Yeah, that's the older one.
Yeah, they replaced that one with this one that I show you.
Yeah. The only one I use these days is this one, the 85. Because I use that for
85,
product shots.
correct? That's the one that I don't have. Yeah.
The
Okay.
reason I use this for product shots is you can drop the field of view where you want it. You don't have to do as much photo stacking.
Oh wow.
I did the macro.
So real nice. Jim's saying he'd love to use that PC lens for photographing, for photographing a historic courthouse in Bridgeport, California. There's
You
a
need the wider
Bridgeport,
ones for that.
Bridgeport, Connecticut too. I thought when I saw Bridgeport, I'm thinking Connecticut, and I saw it was California.
Exactly. So you get all your architectural lines all nice, and
You can do the same thing with a wide lens though. Use an ultra wide with a good megapixel rate, and just keep the lens level, and you can get a similar result. Think about any wide lens or ultra wide, just keep them level with the horizon.
yeah. For me as a nature photographer was mostly to get the plan of view parallel to the scene, correct?
That's right.
So
Yeah.
rather than doing focus stacking, it gives you certainly a very different perspective, correct? So you have a bunch of
I like
flowers on
ultra
the,
wides.
yeah. You get up flowers on the, let's say, on the side of the road, or on the side of the mountain. You can basically shift the plane of view to match that slope. So it has some peculiar usage. And Jeff, as you said the other day, also for panoramas, these lenses make the best panorama, correct? Because you shift perfectly nice, no?
Yeah.
Little photo, one to the side, the other side, and I mean, you
Everything lines up perfect.
Oh, beautiful.
That 6mm 2.8 is about $250,000. As I mentioned in the chat. I've got an 8mm one though. That's a smaller brother.
Oh wow. Man, look at wow.
That's an 8mm 2.8.
That looks like a light bulb for my backyard.
It's got
So
color
what is
filters built in.
So what is the field of view of that one?
Only 8mm.
No, I know, but the field of view, what? It's more than 90 degrees, correct?
It's about 180, I think.
Wow.
It's one of those ones where you get your feet caught in it.
Okay.
Be careful what you photograph with that one.
What was the one that the Westminster?
That's a 6mm. They would
Yeah.
quite a bit. What happened is they lent that lens out to someone, and it got scratched by some young little kid.
Yeah.
Imagine getting a
David's
$250,000 lens
leaving
scratched.
us, so we could say goodbye to David. David's taking off.
Mm.
Bye, David.
Have a good one, Dave.
See you, David.
But boy, we've seen a lot of equipment tonight. I didn't realize this was gear night. We're showing a lot of
It's
gear.
always gear night.
Well, everybody's going to say I'm a gear channel now, or gearhead, or whatever.
Show and tell. Yeah.
Show and tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's we can all drool over each other's
Toys.
gear.
They're toys.
Toys, yes. Well, the only difference between men and boys are the price of the toys, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
There's a 6mm Nikkor fisheye on eBay right now. It's only
How much?
$101,000.
That's
Buy
cheap.
it now.
And buy it now.
They can go for. The one I saw had a Nikon F attached to it, come with it as part of the kit. It comes in a nice aluminium box, and
Wow.
Do some of these lenses and stuff come with security guards?
they need to. But the original fisheyes used to come with a set of charts because they were designed for trips at the Arctic and Antarctic to monitor the clouds, so you could actually work out how fast the clouds are traveling. They were usually called the sky lens.
Okay, so those are lenses that they put in some of these observatories up to watch the weather, correct?
That's right. That's what they were designed for originally.
Okay. That makes sense.
Fun to use though, once in a while.
Wayne,
Not
I thought,
easy to use all the time though.
Wayne, I thought we were something else on this show.
It's too wet to use the camera today, so it's gear day.
At least on the stream, he says, yeah, on my show, I only talk gear once in a while on my stream. I have to own it, which is, I mean, like I said, I'll have a video and my opinion on the ZF. Probably the goal is for Thursday at midnight on Thursday of next week. So we'll see if I can put something together quick for that.
Very promising camera.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna make myself get out tomorrow, which won't be too hard. I'll get out, providing once I get enough sleep where I can keep my focus, so I get shots that are in focus.
Does help.
That might help when I get enough sleep. So, but yeah, I look forward to it. And Randall's giving it a good acid test here. He's getting out there and getting all sorts of stuff with his. So, and when he gets sick of one, he just pick up the other one. You know, yeah. So he's got
one for each hand.
Or yeah, he could just sit there and do a sporting event with two different lenses and just sit there and.
I like having two cameras though. It solves a lot of problems.
Yeah, I've always been one that unless I walk all the way back to my car where I'm out of the environment to change lenses, I never enjoy changing lenses out in the field. I like to have two cameras with different lenses on them. I'm just paranoid about dust, and it's just such a pain to clean these sensors in these cameras. And then you know, they had somebody had a video, you know, I don't know, it might have even been Nikon. There was a video about, oh, don't ever touch the sensor on your ZF with anything, you know, don't do it, you know. Yeah, okay, send it in to Nikon for $80 or whatever to get it cleaned professionally, you know.
But you're not touching the sensor, you're touching the glass in front of the sensor.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as delicate as they try to portray.
The shutter is usually more delicate than the sensor.
The problem is what you said, Jeff, that sometimes to do a good cleaning is not as easy as they say.
No. And I shouldn't say there's no perfect cleaner. Unfortunately, the better cleaner tends to be the swabs where you put the liquid on the edge and then you drag it across. But the problem is, and they get so much stinking money for a small package with 3 swabs and then a small one to do the corners, and then a little vial that looks like, it's like something that some special fluid that is very rare, and and they charge you, $15-$20 for this little kit that you can only use a few times, and then you got to get another one. It's very
better than a toilet brush, though.
Very, very expensive. And then they even made a comment in the reference guide on the ZF that said, I forget how they exactly worded it, but I started laughing like crazy. It's something like, don't use a blower. Everybody uses a blower on the sensor first. They tell you don't use a blower because of the velocity of the airflow could damage the sensor.
As long as it's not compressed air blower.
Yeah, a handheld blower, is not going to cause.
That's going to damage the shutter more than the sensor anyway.
And they really want you to send it in for their cleaning program. I think.
Well, the ZF does have a cleaning process like the Canon do. So
it has the clean sensor mode. Yeah,
never works.
I've never found to have it work ever.
None of the cameras vibrate sensor works.
You hear it, you feel it. Sometimes you hear it, and then it's like it's still there. You go, how many times do I got to do this clean sensor trick to make it clean? It just what it does is it the dust speck or whatever jumps from the upper right hand corner to the bottom left hand corner.
But I tell you, when we didn't have those sensor vibrator, I think it was introduced for the first time in the D300 and one of those cameras. I- the D200, D100, you probably remember, Jeff, they really get dirty easily. So those vibrators help a little bit. The only thing is that you sometimes have to point it downwards. So
And then do it.
to help gravity needs to help a little bit.
Or you use that dust off feature.
Oh,
you know how you can take a picture of a white sheet of paper or whatever, and you can put that in your software, and so you can remove the dust spots that way. They're still actually there, but it doesn't show up when you do the software trick with the dust off image that you take. But I only did that maybe once. I just said, no, I want
Bit of a gimmick, isn't it?
I want to have this sucker clean, know it's clean, do whatever I got to do to keep it clean. But it's, I'll be honest with you. You guys heard me moan and groan and piss and moan about the dust problems I had with the Z9. And I have not had a dust problem in line with what Luke is saying here on the last, I do not use the kind of related to this. I don't use the sensor shield anymore. I leave my sensor shield so it's non-functional. The only time that I manually close the sensor shield is if I'm changing lenses outside. But if I'm not changing lenses, I have no reason for it to do anything, because I personally believe that some of the superfine particulates that I could not see, in strong light on the sensor, but would show up. You want to know if your sensor's really clean? I said this all the time. Put on a lens that you could stop it down to like f32. Stop it down to f32. Point the lens on the sky and go in video mode in DX crop mode on your Z9, and that is when the dust will show up. Because if you go and you go back to stills mode and you do the same thing and you point at the sky, it looks fine. But then you go and you shoot a video and you find specks in the video and it's driving you nuts. You can't figure out where it's coming from. And I have not had any specks in my video ever since I stopped activating the shutter shield. I haven't had anything get on the sensor because I pretty much leave the same lens on the camera most of the time. I haven't had a problem since I started doing that. Prior to that, I was like cleaning the sensor 3 times a week. It's crazy.
Yeah, I had some dust on mine. I was wondering if it's the same thing, but mine doesn't go out much. I mentioned it to Nikon, and they don't know anything about it. So then that's what they said about the mount on the Z8, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like I said that one time. The example I was telling you guys about a while back was, okay, I cleaned it. Okay, did my little gimmick with the DX mode, f32, looking at the sky, and everything looks perfectly clean. And the only thing I did was turn the camera off and put it back on my bed. And in the morning, I turned it on, and I don't know why, my brain told me, oh, go check it again. So the only thing that happened was the shutter shield moving, and I hold it up to the sky, and I see dots. I see specks again. So
sounds like the D600 problem, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's like, my solution is turn off the doggone shutter shield and only use it if you're changing lenses outside.
Even then, I'd just turn the camera towards the ground and I change lenses anyway.
Yeah.
Less dust.
Yeah. The main issue, Jeff, as you know, is that any kind of that is, dry a particle, it's easy to get with a blower, correct? 'Cause you get a little bit of fiber from your clothing or even some grain of silt that gets into the, but as soon as you get anything that is potentially wet, correct?
Yeah.
Or
Let's say
synthetic.
like yeah, pollen, for instance. You get
Pollen. Yeah. Yeah.
that is that you need to clean it with your sensor with your swab. Pollen is almost impossible to get it, right? It doesn't weigh anything, and it stick to the camera, right?
Well, and that's the other thing with the solution stuff that drives me nuts is they sell two different types of solutions. So you usually end up buying one of each because one of them is a general cleaning agent, and the other one is for like oils. If you get a drop of oil or something
Exactly.
somehow gets on it, then you got to use a different cleaning agent because the other one doesn't work. So sometimes you use the regular one. You go, oh no, I see some stuff there, I can't get it off, and you go and you use the other fluid, and it comes right off. It's like, man, those guys making that is the highest profit margin stuff that is out there is those sensor cleaning kits, I think.
Exactly. No, for sure.
I'm going to use a toilet brush next time.
All right, maybe I'll have my dog lick the sensor for me. I'll say, here, lick the sensor, will you, Patches? Go ahead, clean it off. But and Randall could he has a dog. He could have his dog use the dog to clean the lenses too.
Make them earn their keep.
That's right. They got to do something around here.
I can tell you one thing: people that do dog photography, I guarantee you their lenses, the front element gets smeared quite a bit.
Yeah.
all that doggy drool and spit, that gets on it. But so what's next? We have we're down to 16 people. We are gonna call it quits at 2:00. So we got 20 minutes. A reminder, I will put it on the screen again for the handful that are remaining here. A reminder about the photo review, which is going to be next Saturday. And then I am gone for 2 Saturdays in a row, November 4th and November 11th. We will not be having a live stream. So please do not do anything drastic because the show will not be on. I don't want to hear about anybody, being in a psych ward or anything like that if you get all upset. So I'd like to think you'll survive. And a 2-week break for me, it'll be like the 2-week break from me will be like my Christmas gift to you ahead of time. And but please send in some images for next week's show.
Someone's put their camera in the dishwasher.
Nope. Yeah. I'm going to put out the ETZ11 adapter and put a Sony lens on it. See if it works. Let's see. What am I going to get?
But so, Tim, do you have any photo opportunities coming up in your neck of the woods? They got anything going on?
No, I don't have anything planned. I just bought a new computer. I've been putting that together, getting software installed on that. New computer, new monitor. So I haven't really thought about shooting. Still doing stuff on the house. But I was sick.
Having fun.
I think Randall just dropped his Plena lens on the floor. No.
Only the cap.
Adapter. Yeah. I'm trying to get the lens cap off, and I can't.
We would have heard a big scream of terror.
Without the lens, without the camera.
Yeah, that's already in the bag.
They don't have any more desert shoots going on that you went to?
For me, no.
No. Now, what's the name? I always forget. What's the name of that famous place with the famous tree that you guys shoot? The Joshua tree?
Yeah, Joshua tree.
You've gone there and shot that.
Yeah, I've gone there several times.
How far away is that from you? An hour or so?
Couple hours.
Yeah.
Couple hours away.
Was it worth it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
They made Jeff. They make perfect foreground for astrophotography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, I'm nervous about expanding my genres any further than they already are. If I get into astrophotography,
Well, money.
You need that 21.8.
Well, that's why I want the 21.8. To be honest with you, it gives me that opportunity to dip my toe in that realm if I want to, but I'm a little nervous about it because next thing you know, it's star trackers and all this stuff, and another. I'll run out of room to store all this stuff. Hi, Patch. Doggy's along. You want me to pick you up and say hi to everybody? Huh? You want to say hi? Come here. Where are you? Want me to pick you up?
If you got that 20 millimeter, you wouldn't really need a star tracker.
Exactly.
Great lens. Probably one of Nikon's best Z lenses.
That's why.
Hi, doggy.
That's what it is.
My dog does the same thing. I try to pick her
Looks
up.
so quiet and placid.
Patchy, you gonna look at the screen and say hi to everybody?
Camera shy.
You haven't been on TV in a long time.
Exactly.
You haven't been on the show. You've been hiding under the desk. You've been antisocial to everybody. Say hi. Say hello. There you go. Hey, there you go. There you go. Okay.
You need to show her a ball.
You did good. You did good. We'll keep you. Okay. You earned your dog food. But but anyway, yeah, Joshua Tree. I would like to see that someday. So someday maybe I'll have to fly to California and visit you in California.
And Tim, and then after that is how far then is Death Valley? Just adjacent, correct?
Yeah, it wouldn't be that far of a trip. Yeah, we could do that. We could do Borrego Springs is a great place to shoot as well. That's that's near San Diego.
Here you go, Randall. You got to.
No, I was using the ETZ11 adapter, and earlier they said that they did something with the firmware update. So I haven't done any updates on the ZF because it's brand new, but it's not working. I used one on the 11 millimeter, wouldn't work, but the other Sony lenses do work. So the 24 usually works, only it's not working on this camera. So I don't know if it's a firmware update, but I'll take a look at it.
If Randall drops something on the floor, if it's anything like me, it's not the dust I worry about, it's the dog hair.
Dog and cat hair. Let's see. Go up here.
How you doing, kid?
All right.
Jackie, you got 13 minutes to hold out for me before I take you out, or do I got to do it now? Huh? You gonna survive? It don't look like it. You guys hold the fort for me. I gotta let the dog out.
Oh, look at that! Look at that proposal you're getting from Jim. That's a good.
Oh, Pacific Coast Highway. You know, I went. The only time I was in California one time. My dog wants to go, but I was in California one time And I had people with me, was on a business trip for learning some new software. So we went to a company, to get trained on how to use this software. And I ended up driving on the Pacific Coast where there's no guardrails. You look down, you're driving and you're doing this with the steering wheel, left, right, and no guardrails and everything. And I'm like scared to death. And I'm driving this like car that was like a boat, It did not have good handling. And literally, I'm doing this with the steering wheel to just keep the car on the road and freaking out because I'm scared of heights. So you put me on a high elevation where I could see down and realize how high up I am, plus no guardrails. That's almost handing me a death certificate. That was really, really bad. And so I get everybody safe to where we were going, because this was like we had the weekend in between classes, and we were just kind of touring around. Drove over. We were in San Francisco. Drove over to Golden Gate Bridge, all that stuff. But what was funny, we stopped at. Wasn't really funny. We stopped at a beach, and they had no one was on the beach. They had signs, shark warning. They must have had a shark attack or something. There was nobody on the beach. And I never saw this before. And I'm like, I said to myself, to this guy, I said, you're an idiot. They had a guy in a wetsuit, and literally he's being dragged behind a boat going up and down the beach like he's a piece of bait to see if there's any sharks around. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm watching this and I'm like, you're using the guy, as
the bait,
as live bait to see if the shark is still there. It's like, oh my goodness. Never forget that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's really
like the people on the boards better.
Yeah,
surfboards.
Lost it.
Big Sur, that's actually a favorite of mine. Actually, Roy, that there is a bridge called the Bixby Bridge.
Bixby Bridge, yeah.
Nothing to do with me whatsoever.
No, I chose. This is the most photogenic bridge in that area. I think like half of the car commercials in the United States are filmed in that
very
bridge.
bent.
Yeah, but actually, Roy, it says this Bixby Bridge is spelled the way you spell your surname. I noticed yesterday on Grace of Westminster that lady photographer, which is also Bixby, but it's spelled differently.
Also, no relation.
Yes. But no, Big Sur is beautiful.
It is beautiful, yeah.
But for sure, it has some. That's certainly with a lot of cliff, Jeff.
Yeah, that was difficult, and I have a problem where I really get like almost frozen sometimes driving over really high bridges and stuff, especially if it's like really open at the top, and I freak out, man. I mean, my fingernails are sticking into the steering wheel. I mean, I don't know. I'm just so scared of heights. I just don't, one of those things like I should probably see a doctor about that. Like people say, oh, if you're scared of spiders, we're going to put spiders all over you. Well, I don't know what you do with somebody that's scared of height, put them on an airplane with a parachute and push them out. I don't know exactly what you do.
I have the same problem with art directors.
But Randall's getting all set for tomorrow.
Here it is.
Impatient with his new cameras.
I could hear all those zippers going zip, 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 zip.
I hope it's a cameras.
That is Big Bridge, Roy.
Sorry.
Put Bosman Big.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Never seen it in person.
What is that called?
What's the Bixby Bridge?
Oh, okay.
Thanks for that.
Huh.
I think I show one time in the photo review. I show not the Big Bridge, but actually a photo from the Big Bridge into the sea. One of my favorite photos on that area. I mean, it's a beautiful area.
It really is.
So that yeah, indeed. I think they need to replace it at one point.
Also, don't replace me.
That bridge is yeah. So it also the bridge is curved, okay? Because you follow the contour of that valley. And
Bit old and worn out like me.
Yeah, and for the nature people, Jeff, that area actually where that bridge is, when the California otters were disappearing, and they found them again around that area.
Oh.
Vicky Boo.
Yeah, see, I don't mind if I'm like on a flat road and I'm looking across and I see a scene like this, I'm okay, but it's all about my I don't know, it's just sometimes I could get a shot like this and I'm not nervous, and other times I am. It's just really weird.
You wouldn't like our patio then. There's about 50-foot drop outside.
No.
In Colorado, if you go to what is it, Central City, Gustavo, on that one dirt road where it's over 1,000-foot drop, and it's like only one car can fit through.
Oh, plenty.
One American car or one normal car?
Well, all the normal cars are SUVs now. So, jeez. And $100,000.
Yeah, there is a place actually called $1 Million Road between Uray and Silverton, where they actually did I'm looking for that photo here. Let me see. Anyway, it's where that they build a road, and so let me see if I can share here, Jeff. Let me open this one. Oh no, that's not good. Let me see.
Yeah, no bordure photos, Gustavo.
I don't think Jeff would like to go shooting with Joe McNally then.
I shared this one before.
I would love just to meet Joe McNally. I mean,
I mean, in 2012, I think.
That's actually Big Sur.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. Okay. That is nice.
Yeah.
Got some nice color.
Actually, everybody was photographing the bridge, and I actually said, "But look at the other way, all the flowers."
They do that, don't they? You go to some tourist trap, and they're all photographing what they're supposed to.
Exactly. Well, it's like all these tourists. The first thing they do when they get to a national park is to photograph themselves with the sign and Joshua tree or anything. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah,
I like the color. Now, what's the rust color? Like what I'm seeing in the background along the top of the cliff face before it drops off. You see like a rust color there. Is that the same plant life that's in the very bottom of your image in the foreground? Is that what that is?
It's another plant. I think probably the people here in California, that's like a succulent plant, right? So because so you can see it here. It's not this with the flowers.
Yeah,
is this one that you? I mean, if you see my cursor, which I don't know if you see it.
No.
But anyway, so it's another plant.
Okay, it's a different plant. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that I like about the photo is in the upper end, that ridge has like a series of pine trees. So it looked like the backside of a dinosaur. But no, that's so this area here, when the sea otters disappear out of California, this area here was where they find it again. Correct. So this is south of Monterey, and they find out, hey, there is still some wild sea otters. Correct. And they since then they have been expanding. Right. So beautiful area. I love that area there. Every time that I go through that area, I stop.
Very nice area.
Well, it's like what you talked about. You turned around and you got this shot, and it's just like that's like one of the major sins of wildlife photographers is you get stuck pointing your camera in one direction and you forget to turn around and see what's behind you, because lots of times the better shot is what's behind you.
That's what second cameras for.
You need to be able to you need to constantly be looking around. That's the message there.
Exactly. And this was taken with, I think I need to check on here, but it was taken with 12 to 24 at 24 millimeters. 24 millimeters. The 14, the 12 to 24 f4G, that's what I said here, and this was taken at 24 millimeter.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, folks, it's 2:00 in the morning. I think we're going to call it a night. So I want to thank everyone who visited the chat tonight, and appreciate your taking the time on a Saturday night to join us as always. And special thank you to everyone on the panel, everyone that was on earlier. Randall, thank you for popping on later in the evening. Appreciate you sharing your new toys with everybody and making everybody jealous. And you can leave your address so that we can make sure we go to your house when you're not working and get rid of some of that extra stuff for you. And and Gustavo, as always.
Now, Jeff?
What's that?
Do you live in South Carolina?
No, I can't reveal where I live.
Oh, okay.
And Gustavo, thank you so much. And Roy, you're a fixture on the channel. We appreciate it. And I love the fact that someone can say, show me that lens from 1938. You go, oh, give me a second. You turn around and you have it. It's just like totally blows me away. I just love that.
I do like my old gear.
It's
I still use most of it too.
You're very, very organized. And Mozman, thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate it, my friend. And
absolutely, thanks for having me.
I hope you continue to do well and have fun building that new computer. And that's all. That's always fun.
Yeah, my computer's due for rebuild, but I keep spending the money elsewhere.
Greg wants to know if I got a missile on the top shelf. That's that missile is the 180 to 600 behind the hat, if that's what you're referring to in my background. That's the 180 to 600 sitting up there. And I recently migrated my D850 to the top shelf as well. Since I got to make room for the ZF in the camera bag along with the Z9, so the D850 is now on the shelf.
Retire.
Semi-retired.
Like me.
Anyway, everyone have a good night. Thanks again for showing up, and we're gonna knock this stream off, and hopefully we get a few people from England and Germany or whatever that pick up on the show in the morning when they get up and watch us for a little while anyway. And I'm shocked that we managed to keep some pretty good discussion going until 2:00 in the morning when I said we didn't really have much to talk about. We still managed to do a 5-hour show. So, man, pretty amazing. Surprised
Shocking
me.
is the word.
So once again, we're going